And then we were gonna get this shit rolling. Because boy, is there a lot of shit that needs to roll. Literally, I look forward to it. Um, so it's gonna be relatively quick because last time both a lot happened and not a lot happened at the start. Um, at the start of last session, we had our 10-minute break of rest. We had another couple of people cat rest, excuse me, cat nap, while the others were resting, and there was a small interaction that Kipley voiced her discomfort with Duradon about not particularly liking the fighting of these monsters, especially after seeing some of the more humanoid monsters. And even feeling bad for the cat, which shout out to the Sabertooth, at least someone felt bad for the kitty. Um, and you had a little discussion of morals of like, hey, it's not necessarily wrong that you're feeling this way, but at the same time you have to remember some of these things are monsters who carnaged through a bunch of different villages or towns or kingdoms or whatever it might be throughout the multiverse, and they were brought and captured here by vassals, which was another major point of contestment. But end of the line was continue on fighting because it was going to be one of the few last rounds. You had a lot at stake with a bunch of favors and a lot of gold. And you also had someone who was ready to stand on business with 8 crits in the making. So you all woke up, prepared, got a few seconds, a few little downtime seconds to cast anything, prep anything, and you headed in. And this time, when you entered the arena, you were met with a different sight. Normally, you'd have to wait to have someone spot a creature, and the others would be either fully behind cover or unable to see it. But this time, it was immediate because of its size and because of the fact that it could fly. As you saw, one of my favorite little homebrew creations, and also some damn good character art from Pinterest that took me a few days to find, was the Varnak. This strange celestial dragon hybrid, the birthing of a Coatl and a Deft Pack Angel, was extraordinarily large, gaunt, strong, had this flowing mane of white burning hair, but also had the very key detail of having a large black stone blade in the middle of its chest with a small chain dangling off of it. A fight started, and immediately there was an evident problem of a lot of the party in general is mainly close to short range, at least for their general weapons or spells. And as it flew above, a lot of people had to hold actions or just simply didn't have the good enough rolls to hit it, as it had a much higher AC than the other creatures. Um, but as you start off the combat, Duradon also had a moment of realization. As he was holding his action to fire off 2 arrows consecutively when he saw a creature enter his range, because of the fact that he is a unique character with someone living inside of his head that had information in his previous life, he actually understood what this creature was. He understood that it was not meant to be on this plane, that Varnax never, ever come to the Shrouded Isles at all in the past history, for the hundreds and hundreds of years that Entreus would have lived. And that they were kind of sacred creatures, and the fact that they would only really exist in the plane of Celestia, and would help transfer creatures that were in their stages of dying to a state of calm rest. Unfortunately, this creature was clearly mistreated. It was clearly abused, as it had a sword in its chest, and was fighting not of its own will. But that didn't stop the man with a massive halberd and low morals. As everyone charged into battle, um, it started picking up really quick with how damage was dealt on both sides. Starting off with a wind scythe attack, a large majority of you who all grouped up in the center and made me laugh hysterically as you were all basically within 15 feet of one another. Ended up getting cleaved for a large amount of damage. You all immediately split up, going your separate ways. Duradon climbed a wall to face this creature. He got stunned by that creature. Kipley removed that stun with her first use of Cutting Thread. W from Kipley. And everyone had a chance to show off their own little things every now and then. Mustang with normal Primonica bullets firing off, like Eldritch Blast occasionally, excuse me, and a few people climbing onto the walls to join Duradon to try and get eye to eye, level to level with this creature. But eventually, there was the big debate as Kipley grabbed onto the chain in her shifter state, flying up to meet the Varnak, and tried to pull the blade out. Now, it was set at an insanely high DC for the fact that they wanted this creature weakened, so it would be a good enough showing, but it wouldn't destroy the arena around it. So it wasn't the easiest thing to pull out. But in the act of doing so, it butterfly affected everyone else into now questioning whether they should continue fighting or whether you should continue to attempt to help her in removing it. Duradon dropped one of the coldest lines of the session, saying that they wanted to try and pull it out and push it back in using weapon attacks to both help it for a brief moment and give it hope, and immediately take it away after getting pissed that he got paralyzed. And fortunately, he ended up failing in that aspect. But Mammoth also tried to whip it out with Thorn Whip, and Mustang just kind of sat on the sidelines, unsure whether to actually act or not. But eventually, it got to the point where the sword had been the main priority of everyone, and people stopped attacking as Kipley and the creature began to converse, it asking why it was you were trying to do this, and you passing on the general message that it isn't right to fight while in chains, and that this wasn't your own will. It agreed, but also didn't give two shits that you were on the end of the chain. And giving the downtime that it needed, it grabbed both the sword and chain, squeezing Kipley slightly in the process, and pulled it free, just barely so, from its chest. It's only had a +3 to the roll, but it did insane. And ended up immediately reverting back to its natural form. You can see beautiful angelic wings sprouting from its back, wounds and scars beginning to immediately heal over and restore themselves. And you can see the creature physically regaining both muscle mass and just a general healthier look compared to the gaunt, down to the bone form that it was previously showing. After it pulled it out, it immediately flung the sword, whether out of pettiness, spite, or just in a general direction, at the wall that Xyrus and Duradon were standing on, immediately collapsing it and setting it to the ground and kind of impaling the sword a few inches into the actual dirt and dust that makes up the fighting pit floor. And during this time, the Varnak gave a small speech, essentially saying that it was very much going to kill all of you, and it's this attempt to escape. You did it justice by not immediately returning the animosity when it showed signs of trying to pull the sword out and attempting to help. And for that, it would let you part ways on this day. Didn't say an oath of friendship or a binding of favors between two people, but a recognition of respect and a passing of the combat that you had previously, not holding any grudges. As it began to rupture a small gate, a way of transporting itself outside of this plane back to the Celestia, it left with one large roar that kind of shook the arena itself. And you could see during all of this, as Kipley, the oh so beloved Megan in her quotes, kept making direct eye contact with Madame Borrelia on purpose, to show your stance on how you felt about this. She responded with a grimacing smile, one showing this was clearly a good fight and showing, and even the people in the arena after the silence from the roar began to applaud in both the act of your success in almost defeating the creature, but the compelling narrative that you kind of wove in freeing it and settling this kind of debt that the creature had with whoever was controlling it within the stadium. And as everyone was applauding and all of the I guess general fans roars began to kind of silence out all of your individual thoughts, only a single person within the arena, because of Zyrus's boon, her channeled divinity that allowed Duradon to receive the most insane passive perception I've ever had in a game of 28. You didn't hear it, but you saw, just out of the glimpse of your eye, that there was something falling down. Not overly massive or like a complete cave-in by any means, but quite a few number of stalactites began to plummet, aiming in the general vicinity of the arena. And you could see that there were barrels of some kind in making strapped to them, and almost these kind of like fish nets bound and tied to make sure that they hung on to the rocks even after they began to fall. And in the few moments before impact, all of you already being drained of the majority of your resources, hit points, and reactions, there wasn't much that you could do except for attempt to dodge them, which a lot of you did. It was save or suck, and a few of you did manage to avoid the oncoming damage. However, the main caveat was the damage never was the target. As the impacting barrels hit the sand and dirt floor of the arena, a blue, almost dust cloud of smoke began to rise up, covering and blanketing the entirety of the arena, making it heavily obscured, completely blinding you of your vision for a moment, as all of you began to choke and almost feel your vision beginning to blur. Some of you, your eyes rolling heavy, and two of your members immediately passed out. And as it happened, the cloaked group that you saw fighting all of your creatures in the meantime when you were resting broke into the arena, bending metal bars and beginning to rush outward while you were all still in a daze. And you heard a voice that you were not expecting to ever hear again, as Amos Veridin, the man who you all presumed to be dead after being shot roughly 7 to 14 times, and getting his arm hacked off by Maeve and Reese, showed up in the arena looking just as healthy as the day you saw him, with a slight change of hue to his skin. What once was a little more tan, was now slightly more grayed, but nonetheless, down one arm and looking for a vengeance, came into the arena and walked up to Mustang, counted down, and used what was to reveal to be a his own item ability, and what he had previously used way back when, after he stole Maeve's medallion, her vassalship token, after her fight with Calamity, is hypnotism. Not magic, not any outside source of kind of outer planar energy. Simple mental tricks meant to make him either disappear from your vision, make you lose certain senses, or make you see him a certain way. And in this case, Mustang dropped unconscious. As he was beginning to get dragged away with Kipley by a number of heralds you engaged in combat, plenty of unawakened soldiers rushed into the arena. And as they all began to flood in, now you had the idea to try the pressure plate that was in one of the broken stone pillars. As Mammoth stepped on it and then used the, I think it's half of the winding boots, to recall after stepping on the pressure plate. And you just saw everything went underground in the arena. All of the walls, all of the spiked pillars, all of the torches, everything went down 10 feet to make it an even, level playing field. Which, could that have been used during your fights? Maybe. Were you going to press it beforehand not knowing what it did? Nope. So in this case, it just allowed you to see everything that was coming and going within the arena. And combat was had. Y'all were rolling insanely high, especially one person in particular. And Amos had a few blows, a few turns, but clearly had one objective in mind as he made his way towards Risha Amos, and after a few attempts, ripped out the bone kind of necrotic arm that you had recently installed of his own once flesh, took it back, pocketed it, and began to walk away like he had no fucks in the world. While Duradon just started cleaving through the unawakened heralds who had no idea what they were walking into, killing 3 guys in one turn. The poor dudes never stood a chance, but you also saw they were never intended to be there for any other purpose except for their deaths, as they began to explode after death, with just minor explosive charges strapped to their armor. Small explosions, not doing too much damage or causing any concern, but clearly showing that they were never going to live this one way or another. Unfortunately, as Kipley and Mustang fully left your view and you are now in the midst of trying to rapidly chase down Amos, some of you could see him, Duradon couldn't. Zyrus stuck a glowing dagger to his back to try and aid in that. But before any use of that could be done, or before you could try and either finish him off or capture him to get answers, you saw a similar event happen to what you originally saw happened back after Mimic Island, when Jay pulled out a red kind of gem from her bag and crushed it, summoning Ada Drawcart. You saw Amos pull out a red gem of his own, crushed it, and you all, except for Duradon, who has no idea who this is, heard and saw the familiar form of Calamity. The kind of intense voice immediately called out, seeking Maeve, clearly unaware of her demise. But you also noticed, while the general look of Calamity was there, both in her new armor, new sword, and general hair and eye color,
The shape of her face and body was slightly different. Um, Maeve was aware of this, but I don't know how many of you actually were fully keyed in as well. Um, the fact that Calamity at her essence and core is a parasite, and it was clear that she was given a new host after after she was returned to the Heralds by Amos. And combat broke out once more. Calamity charging towards all of you, blade drawn and ready to fuck shit up. Um, was looking very dire as all of you were in a state of injury. Rictus was on the brink of death. Mammoth was kind of dragging him away, trying to heal him up in the meantime, and you were saved by a brief blur of blue and gold as both Duradon, Rictus, Mammoth, and all of you who have a decently high passive perception saw that in the same display of speed and power that was shown before. When you first arrived at the fighting pit, the 11th sponsor, the Tabaxi Broken Chain, rushed in and started to intercept Calamity's attacks that were going to pretty quickly cover Durdon with outrage. and, and we ended there as a state of unknowing and unrest for where and what is happening to both Mustang and Kipley. A intensity and a very dangerous and lethal situation for those stuck in the arena as a multitude of heralds begin to retreat to the city streets chasing upwards, but a threat that seems to be close to, if not back to, full power, faces all of you once again as the sponsor, for the brief moment that they arrived and had a word to say, told all of you to run and try and help those who have been captured by the heralds. But they also just said, save yourselves. Essentially, this is every man for himself situation, as, no pun intended, calamity has broken out. Looking up into the stands, you could see not just the arena was impacted by stones, as a number of unmoving or heavily injured civilians begin to either trek away or lie wherever their demise was as the stones fell. You see people trying to run down to reach you. You know in the back of some of your minds that there are important people here. You know that Sylvia Huggins was here. You saw Cal earlier in the stands. There are potential allies. So as we pick up tonight's session, the real question is, what do you want to do as you are down 2 members without information of where they were taken, and currently have a decision to make of whether you join Broken in attempting to fight Calamity after banking on the fact that all the damage that Duradon did in his initial natural 20 bursts would matter or would be enough to help take her down in this moment, or run, try and help your friends, or even potentially save yourselves, as you don't know the numbers of dangers that could be waiting outside for you. You've only seen a small portion of this attack. You don't know the full number of heralds. You don't know what exactly they were even here for to begin with. And if their goal was to kidnap Kipley and Mustang. You don't know whether they were fully successful in that, since this is the first time a lot of you have been on Port Cliff. It's still a city, so it's not necessarily small, and with the time that has gone past in combat, you know it's only going to be a few minutes before they could make it to one of the harbors. There could be more, there could be hidden passageways, but as we start off tonight's session, to give you guys some time, Jared, go ahead and roll me a charisma saving throw. As lovely old me, who woke up this morning and decided to choose violence, wrote that out, and that would just be disrespectful to him to not do that while everyone's making decisions. 11, beautiful. You can attempt to use inspiration on it. I'll tell you right now, the chances are not in your favor.
No, that's good.
Go ahead and roll me a D100, and because you failed, go ahead and roll me a D4. Oh my god, I thought that was the D100. I'm about to go crazy. 182. Oh, I like this combination. Oh, you about to get the grim treatment. Lovely. So, before any decisions are made from Jared in particular, as we start off tonight's session, we will quickly take a moment to look into the man who is currently, I believe you said, after the stalagmite fell and you're kind of protecting Cyrus, you said that you grabbed the sword off the ground, correct?
Yes.
You were not actively wielding it, though.
No.
Okay. As you are having all of these thoughts kind of rush through your head of trying to decipher what you need to do, because you have jobs to do. You are not just another member of the Six. You were sent here with one prioritized goal over all others, to protect Kipley, and she's gone. There are obstacles that are lying ahead of you, and you can deal with them in a number of ways. But as all of this is going on in your head, you can hear Antreus as well, about to give you additional information of saying, right, Sturdon, I know you're under a lot of stress. I know everything's going to shit right now. He is strong. I think you should... And his voice cuts out. And for the first time in what has roughly been approximately 15, 16 years of feeling and hearing another voice in your head, it goes completely silent. You don't feel the connection to the druid. You don't feel any morale or any kind of guiding light or path. That kind of general vibe that he was always trying to just naturally settle over you to become a more calm, kind, caring person, and to have you become a man of conviction fades. And instead, you begin to feel your heart race. Palpitations beginning to pick up in speed. You can feel blood coursing through your veins in an unnatural rate. But not in the sense of fear, nor any adrenaline that you have felt before. If landing 8 natural 20s is the highlight of Jared's career in feeling the most alive, this is that moment for Duradon. You can feel your body, not currently exhausted, but after getting knocked out multiple times throughout today, getting beatered and battered and not having any time to fully rest, even without your rage in this moment, you feel alive. And a smile crosses your face, and you don't hear a voice, but you feel a call. You feel an undeniable sense of power seeping out from the sword that is on your waist at the moment. You know the halberd is something that you've preferred, something that gives you more range, more dangerous capabilities, because it's just natural prowess to be wielded as a great weapon master could wield it. But you feel your fingers beginning to wane, beginning to almost want to reach out, instinctively dropping it, and grasp the hilt instead. You have an understanding that the inkling of what you're feeling right now will be increased dramatically so if you grab the stone blade. And you have a strong feeling that whatever decision you make, with this in your hand, your chance of success would skyrocket. Without anyone else's guidance, for the first time in a long time, what does Duradon decide for himself?
Fuck it, he's done crazier. He'll follow his own inclination. In times of battle, he can't wish to hesitate, and his own desires and body move faster than the voice of a druid, so he'd listen to himself and take the blade.
Holstering the halberd, you can see mere inches from your face as the clash of claws and tail versus that of steel and a iron will as Calamity trades back with blows, clearly attempting to push past the sponsor as they defend you. The halberd's put away. You grasp the blade, and you feel ecstasy wash over your form. An intensity that makes you feel the most alive you've ever felt throughout this mortal life you have lived. As you grasp it with two hands, you can feel the blade beginning to change, beginning to weave itself into something anew. The stone becomes as hot as molten rock, and you can feel no harm being done to your hands. As you run your hand over the blade, you watch as it cracks, as it threatens to almost break, crack, maybe even erupt. What is the shape that Duradon imagines as it seeks out a form compatible with its user? Any form.
Okay, clarifying question. Is it any form from like a weapon in the PHB, or can it be something or any weapon at all?
Me when I thought I had planned for everything. Well, if it's something outside of the PHB, you can certainly try in this moment. What are you thinking?
He makes the halberd into this anyway. He's gonna choose like a scythe.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good fucking choice, absolutely. As Duradon, at its core, you are someone who is trained with a number of weapons, but don't get to use all of them very often. You watch as the long sword shatters, splintering into thousands of small stone shards hovering within the air, and then quickly reforms its once beautifully decorated hilt, becoming a long extended rod connecting at the top of this heinous scythe blade. You can see, instead of the normal smooth, clean cut steel, chunks and jagged edges instead fill the almost teeth-like protrusions. And as you grasp it with two hands, you've never felt like a weapon was meant to be wielded before. Not until this very moment. I'll give you a brief excerpt. Not all of them, because it doesn't immediately come to you. But one of the things that you immediately know, for the next 10 minutes, as long as Duradon is not separated from this weapon in any way, shape, or form, you cannot be reduced past 1 hit point. As you feel a surge of energy that every barbarian would love to dream of, but every fighter would die to have. You feel in this moment there is nothing and no one that is stronger than you on this island. As it hums in your hands and you can feel a shudder go down your spine, you watch as black iron gauntlets matching the color of this same now scythe blade in your hands begin to form and cover your wrists and arms. And as it isn't attuned, but as you accept its new form, what would you like to do?
There was never an option. It's always violence. I would like to do violence, great violence.
Cool. I'm gonna go after Calamity.
Yeah.
As you begin to rush in the aid of Broken Chain, and now feeling this new sense of pure power, something that only a spellcaster who've reached its pinnacle might have ever been able to describe, we will move away. Mammoth and Reese, as you two are some of the only other members conscious in the arena at the moment, and you can see Duradon beginning to charge towards Calamity in another combative state. Although he looks worn down, tired, bloody, beaten, and bruised, a smile on his face as this new black blade that he wields transforms into a scythe. What are you two doing? Or what would you like to do?
Can we pass Calamity?
You can certainly try.
Ill-advised with nine hit points.
Broken did say run. Never specified a direction. You know, this isn't the only exit, as this is the broken. This is the kind of bent iron bars gate that was destroyed, but that wasn't the one that you've been entering in this entire time. You know, on the other side of the arena, there is still a fully functioning gate that does remain open. So you know there are other ways to get out. This is just the one that you saw in most recent past, both Kipley and Mustang get dragged out of.
So as Reese watched like Durdon go through his little moment there with his blade and scythe, she would have headed over towards Mammoth.
Sure. You rush to Mammoth as it's kind of sitting in a state of daze, just kind of absorbing the situation.
Hey, buddy.
Hiya.
I think I'm gonna go after our friends. She looks over her shoulder. Durdon, he's not really one of us, and I don't know where they took them.
Okay, yeah, I'll go with you then.
Cool. So both of you try and rush out the other exit.
Yeah, we're gonna go with the other exit
Fantastic.
and try to loop around, see if we can find any information.
Yeah, as you both rush past and through the open gate into the underground of the arena, kind of hearing your boot clacks against the stone floor, as now the screams and general screams and kind of like general noise that was caused from all the calamity going upstairs is now simmered down. Most people are beginning to evacuate, if not already have run. So you are one of the few that remain within this arena. As you are running through empty halls, you're going to attempt to loop around to the side that Mustang and Kipley were dragged from.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. As you begin to run through, you can see that there are a number of bodies in here as well. You can see it's a mixture between both herald bodies and beastmen. And you are well aware that the beastmen were Madame Borelia's personal and private guard. And you can see a mixture of both Tabaxi, Leonians, and you don't see that large number of heralds dead, but you do see that there is just bloodshed and a scattering of weapons and dismembered body parts as you begin to rush past them. The scene before you is, because it does loop around in one large connected series of tunnels. Scene before you is as you rush forward with both Mammoth by your side. Mammoth, are you on the broom or are you going to be running?
Definitely on the broom. I don't think I can keep up.
Yeah, it's just checking. As you take a flight and kind of are keeping pace with Reese, you can, for sure, Jared. You can see that as you pass the broken gates, you catch a glimpse as you turn and look to your left, and you can see Calamity now fighting off Duradon and Broken. You see in that split second as Duradon Cyrus turns towards you and kind of taps your shoulder and goes, "Do you have this?"
He just nods.
"You take care of her. I'll help your friends find the others." And you watch as Cyrus sprints directly past Calamity. Takes the disengage action. But as she sprints past, you watch as she pulls off her hunter's coat and throws it aside, kind of dismissing the captain's uniform. And you watch as she begins to almost shimmer for a moment in her form. You can see the kind of heavy leathers and kind of longer pants that she normally wears begin to almost meld and change to her form. You see, as she continues to sprint, the look of Zyrus Amaril changes completely as she is about to run into you, and then you watch her form vanish.
But the glimpse that you get of her before she vanishes completely looks a little something like this in game visuals. But with all of you rushing off, you run up the steps. Sadly, you did not come in this way, so this is not a familiar route that you've gone through. So it does take you a few minutes to reach the above ground into Port Cliff City. I will have you, for the sake of sake, you can either attempt to track through the use of footprints, trying to go off of crowd behavior or anything of that nature and use survival. Or you can attempt to make me perception and investigation checks as you attempt to hunt them down.
I'm okay with investigation checks.
Go for it.
Oh, we don't both have to use the same, or?
No.
Oh, okay.
Keep in mind, if you were doing one or the other, if one succeeds and the other fails, you will split up. As you would be tracking them in two different methods.
Okay. I can work with that.
Ooh, 19 and 22. Good shit. Cool. You passed the first trial. There's going to be a number of rolls as you continue to do it, because unfortunately they have a large head start from you. But you start to look for an initial sign, anything that you can find, and you can see as you immediately rush out and kind of are immediately met with that cold, icy, windy air now that you're within the kind of larger cavern of Port Cliff. The initial area directly outside the arena is in utter chaos. People are running and screaming in every single direction. They are going into a state of panic and fervor. But as you look towards the ground and look towards the walls, you're looking for anything that can symbolize either Mustang or Kipley went through here, and that the heralds might have gone through here. And you can see through various different pools of blood and streaks as a number of injured civilians went through here as well. On the corner of one of the walls of a nearby building, you can see just a slight smudge of what looks like to be an ashen substance. And as you walk up to it, you can look and you can see there's a just barely visible kind of dragging trail that leads off not in the direction of the main docks that you arrived in, but actually going deeper into the city. And as you two race off in that direction, go ahead and roll me once more, either investigation, perception, or survival checks. And while you two are rolling that, for the sake of sakes, Duradon. Instead of having rolling back and forth to determine how successful you are, because of the strange circumstance you find yourself in, go ahead and just roll me just a flat D100.
On my roll 20 closed out. Bullshit.
Bullshit. But a 19 and a 14, cool. You are looking for at least one of you to get above DCs, so 19 is successful. We'll get to that in a second.
Come on.
Ooh, 12, okay. As the fight begins and you start rushing towards Calamity, you don't know this creature. You don't know what she is, who she is, etc., etc. You don't know anything that she can do. You watch as Broken, a man of more speed than actual strength, takes a stab wound to the side of the chest, and you watch as a secondary blade of blood is extracted from that hit, and a significant blow is dealt to him as you are now kind of trying to muscle your way through to kind of stand in front of him. You see he is not down or out of the fight by any means, but it looks like Calamity, despite her previous wounds, is having the upper hand at this moment. We'll get back to that in a second. You two, once again, continue to follow the small trail of ash. It quickly... Oh, I didn't even think about that. You follow Ash. As you two are racing down the streets, you watch it disappear as clearly Mustang's limp body was either picked up or they changed the transportation method, as it is no longer a consistent trail that you can follow for the mess of people. But with Mammoth from the air above and Reese quickly just darting her eyes at every single detail that you can, trying to take in all this information, you start to think rather than look. And you start to think, if they're going deeper within the city and not towards the docks to escape, where might they be going rather than what method of transportation they're going to be taking? And you think in the direction that you're going in right now, in a straight shot, will continue on until you reach the edge of town. But if you were to turn, because you're one of the few people that were able to see part of the journey with your blindfold on, you know leads back towards the Borrelia estate. The hidden entrance to the Borrelia estate. As you two have kind of that moment of recognition as you shout out to Mammoth the intent and direction behind it, both of you take off once again, running towards it. We jump ahead. Kipley and Mustang, I would like both of you to go ahead, if you can, and roll me straight d20s. You are essentially going to be rolling for your Herald counterparts at the moment, excuse me.
Ooh.
Exactly
I got a
how
19.
far they're going. Ooh, thank you. 18 and a 19? Shucks.
Of course, now we roll.
Fantastic. So, we do jump to Kipley and Mustang in this moment. Unfortunately, we jump far past the Borrelia estate, as they have already reached their goal. Kipley, you lie in this moment, unconscious, in a different state than Mustang, suffering from noxious gas. You find it harder to breathe, and your mind is completely silent in this state of an unconscious stupor. But Mustang strums. You don't know whether it was coincidence, whether it was by chance, or maybe even by fate itself. But the method at which you were put into sleep, the one that you were put into a state of slumber, is not natural, in the sense that it wasn't a spell, since that wasn't anything that makes you fully unconscious. but its intended purpose is to trap the user in their mind and to make them in a state of compliance and a state of similar to a trance, unconscious. As you open your eyes, it is not from your own perspective, but instead you open them and find yourself in a setting familiar to you. Because similar to recent events, Amos Veridin, having no knowledge of this, performed something that was pretty close or in the same ballpark as a certain hag on a raft did.
Oh no.
Memories begin to flood in, but they're scattered. You can't quite grasp them. Before, it was feeling like you were in almost some sort of cinema or play, having them provided with visuals before you, wanting the attention, wanting you to understand them. But now you see them fly past out of your vision, you rapidly reaching out to try and grab any, to try and understand what they are. You feel a moment of desperation before it all disappears. You look around you, and you see there is nothing but desert. Roiling sandstorms off in the distance. Blaring day sun. Roasting over, causing the ground to be hot and the air to be heavy and humid. You can feel yourself in a state of death, dehydration. All survival instincts point towards hopelessness. But you can see in this state, as you look down and around you, you are not made of smoke. There's no reflective surface or anything immediately to look at yourself, so you begin to look desperately around for anything, an explanation to why, as you can see flesh, skin, nails, hair. And you see it off in the distance, as there is a single standing mirror in a wide open desert, the only object that reflects the now almost blinding sunlight as it refracts through the glass. What does Mustang do?
We're gonna go over to this mirror.
You walk over. As you walk through the sand, it's almost unbearable to move. You can feel the bottom of your feet burning with every step, singeing, threatening to be torched, and the stinging of the sand sticking to your flesh, almost eating through it. But in this daze, it doesn't feel real, it doesn't make sense. You continue pushing forward, and as you approach and reach the mirror to the point where it is no longer just a glare, you look and you see the now familiar visage of the smoky gunslinger that you are staring back at you. You hold up a hand, the smoke copies you. You blink and you see the eyes wink out of existence, then wink back in. And as you take a moment to try and understand what this is or where you are, you watch as the image cracks slightly and you see a smile break through the smoke as fire begins to kind of creep along the edges of the face, making the facial expressions that you are used to making. And you watch as the smoke seeps out of the mirror and steps in front of you. Now, standing face to face, you can see you're roughly the same height. If not, you're slightly taller now. As you look down at this smoky creature, it looks up and you can see the roiling and coils of smoke drifting off of its form, staring back emotionless, except for the smile. You can see it reach out and grab your shoulder, kind of patting it as it does. And I apologize in advance. I apologize because I butcher every time, but you hear a voice call out through it. Well, you did your part. Take a rest, John. It's my turn. And you can feel your body seize up. And you can feel as the smoke passes through you. And Mustang's eyes open. Shooting blazing awake. You can see, but you aren't behind the wheel. Almost like you are lucid dreaming, you can see everything that's happening around you through your own eyes, but you feel as if someone or something else is in control. You look around and you can see you are being dragged towards a dock. You see it's not the one that you came in on, but one deeper underground. You can see that there are support beams holding up what appears to be rock and stone all around you, and a subterranean lake stretching out for miles as you are about to get pulled into a boat. And you feel this surge. A familiar feeling to you in recent events, as Mustang had learned in the past to absorb your fiery elements, to accept the fact that you are a creature, something that is not fully human. You watch as your body does something that you've never done before. As even though you're in manacles and chains and being dragged, roughly about 24 heralds are escorting you at the moment. All fighting to pull the large and heavy coal-like body into the boat. You can see you're only about 60, maybe 70 feet away at best. And a seeping feeling of worry enters you. But that smile crosses your face. And you just hear the chuckle. Sorry, gents. This one's taken. And the smoky form begins to drop. The coal falls to the ground, no longer taking humanoid form as you just scatter across the dockside. Your vision becomes that of almost like a fly, seeing from impossible amounts of angles. You see the look and surprise as all the heralds turn back and begin to rush towards you, try and pick up pieces and put them back together, try and seize whatever this thing is or is becoming. And that laughter just echoes once more. Haven't pulled this trick in a long time. Smoke begins to rise up as you can feel the black lung ability beginning to activate, but on a much larger scale than you've ever unleashed or used before. The entire dock goes pitch black. Not heavily obscured or not something that would cause someone to lose their vision due to dust or silt. It is almost like it has become a void, complete pitch black of night. And you hear the screams, the coughing. You can feel the tears running down their faces as roughly 20 to 25 heralds, all unawakened, drop dead inside. And you hear the sound of metal clanking against the ground, swords being dropped, shields being thrown asunder. You can see one tries to jump into the lake, and the smoke follows and drags him back in. And you just hear the laughter build as this continues. You know, last time I saw similar armor, I was buried under a few tons of rock. You gents weren't happen to be the same as those, were you? And you can hear a set of footsteps approaching. Your form becomes humanoid once again, restoring the natural state of being that you are. You quickly look around you and you see nothing but bodies. Some melted to the iron armor that they were once wearing. Others turned to dust. Some simply died of suffocation. But as you look up, you see a face that you don't recognize. But they do. Well, well, well. It's been a long time since I had a breath of fresh air on this plane, but I certainly did not expect to see those colors around these parts. I imagine these are your men then, old friend. And you can see the base of a humanoid form, but not quite fully human. As small, almost wing-like protrusions come out of the eyes, feathered, similar-looking wings come out of the back, and each of them hold an eye in the center. As this gentleman walks towards you. Well, well, well. So the myths were true. I thought you long lost, old friend. Those were once my men, but I was seeking to give them a new purpose. I was showing them the light, but it appears you have shown them dark once more. You respond. You know, myth never really felt like the right word. I always preferred legend. We both know grace. Those never die. I advise you to think next on your actions, my friends. We are not here to harm. We are simply leaving in peace, and as long as you do not stand in our way, we shall leave the souls of this island untouched, including yours. We have already achieved what we came here to do. How about you tell that to the dead yourself? And you can feel that fire burn once more. The recognizing and understanding that this creature, whatever they are, is an acquaintance flashes memories within you. You see walking through that same desert plain and seeing not just dozens, but thousands of that same armor set that the heralds wear. And you see leading them this figure. But as you turn around, it's just you. As it always has been. You feel whips of flame beginning to form in the palms of your hands, shooting out rapidly towards the figure, who does not resist. You watch as their flesh is warped in molten coal, as it begins to burn and sizzle, sending a very unpleasant smell into the air. They show no sign of hurt or flinch. You can see only tears begin to fall from their face. Hopefully soon you and your vessel will understand. When you do, I hope we can have a long conversation on all the good that we can do together, my old flame. And you can see dozens of heralds beginning to pile in behind them, rushing towards this Grace's aid. As they begin to rush towards you, we snap away from there. And we go to Kipling. Kipling. In a different location. From the same destination, but a different part, a different dock. Your body is dragged above ground, headed towards the side of the island, one of the small cliffs, as per mentioned. You are in a state of unconscious that is not too unlike Mustang's, but unlike him, you find yourself going towards a different mind palace, as you will. Something that you only normally reach in dreams. As you open your eyes, you see the black sand, the river lying before you. You can see the bone trees in the distance, and you can see the few trees that you have recently added to its collection behind you as well. The small wooden shack that you previously had met with the Bone Mother, still off to the side as well. As you awake to find yourself lying on the shores, what does Kipley do or think?
I think she'd probably stand up and just look around and just call out, "I need to go back."
Expecting the response of your patron and the one who has helped you many times in the past, you get nothing. But as you stand up and turn around, you see standing mere inches away from you, not making a singular sound nor a movement. You see the familiar visage of a creature you just met. As you see the horned one staring down at you, silent and unmoving. A slight kindling flame in their eyes. They say nothing, but they continue to stare.
Hello. Kind of hesitates and then kind of reaches forward and pokes him.
You poke and you can see where your finger would normally have met bone in life now pushes through, and you can see small grains of black sand open a hole for your finger as they look down and look up at you once more. You are in danger in this moment. Yes.
Slightly. Yes.
You are without allies, friends.
No.
You are taken by your enemy. Soon you will be out of their grasp. Your friends won't be able to save you. What would you like to do, young Gamorda?
Can you see them?
Who?
My friends.
They are not around. I can see the men carrying you. I can see the chains that bind you.
I want to kill them.
I see the helpless form that takes your body right now. You've been dosed. Your blood runs thin. Heart pumps slow. You will not wake for hours on end. But you helped me. You told your... And you see they take a moment and the skull kind of turns and looks around in the surrounding area. Your guiding mother, patron as it will, to help restore a part of me. I was to be lost to the wind and ash. I cannot do much to help you anymore. At least not physically in person. If you wish, I can anoint you with a gift. Brief as it may be.
And what will it cost?
everything. You won't be the same again. But I don't think that stopped you from making deals before. This I give out of not alternate means or desires, but as one last act of thanks for my extended life.
Kipli, like, frustrated, turns around for a moment and just, like, rubs her hands all over her face. She just kind of looks out at the bone trees for a long moment.
You have done much in the past, as his gaze follows and meets yours. You've sent many to the world beyond. Do you wish to join them? Or do you wish to live?
Kipli, her thoughts go to her friends. And a flash of Maeve across her thoughts, and she turns and looks back at him. It's a deal.
No deal, child. Just something you will have to live with once this is over.
I've lived with worse.
And you shall see worse in the future. You watch as the large figure kneels down, settling in the dust as they do, making eye contact. You watch as they take their thumb and trace it across your forehead, beginning to murmur in a language that you do not understand. But as they run the smooth bone finger against your skin, you can feel a sense of dullness cross over you. The closest comparison would be to the exact opposite feeling Duradon is currently experiencing at the moment. Your heart slows. Your blood stops pumping. And as you exhale, cold mist comes from your breath. As you close your eyes, the last thing that you hear from the Horned One is the following. In life, I never had the chance to pass this on to my own daughter. Kipli. Gamorda. Rise. Awaken. Become my daughter of death once more. Your eyes shoot awake. In a similar state to Mustang, you're in a form that you do not recognize, but unlike Mustang, you have full control. You look down, taller than before. You can feel this strong sense, this urge not to consume, not to destroy, but to spread fear, to feast off of it. And as you look around you, you see a menagerie of victims. As the heralds look up at you in fear. From this point, you're roughly estimated to be 9 feet tall. Skin bone white. You look down at your arms and you can only see pale shadows. You look up and you can see the world is almost tinted slightly darker. It takes you a few moments to realize it's because you're wearing a veil.
Oh.
Now, looking back in the history of the Shrouded Isles, this particular day would be remembered for a number of reasons. It was not only the making of a cataclysmic event, the new arrival of something otherworldly. But for Kipley, the surge of a cult power that fills your veins and fills you with vigor strangely releases your torment, the voices. For the first time in a long time, you are your own person, without thoughts and feelings of others beginning to drain you, influence you, control you. And you have a brief pause as you think back to a similar power not too long ago. As that mixed state of both ecstasy and now rage begins to build in your mind, a single memory and an explanation comes forward. You blink and you find yourself back in a small underground cave. And as you look up from your own eyes, you see Evelyn Gray, the monster that she had slain, the daughter of all monsters. As you think back, you also remember out of all of your party members, Kipley Gamorta was the only one to stand in its presence and not succumb to fear. And in this moment, you now understand why. All living creatures within a 30-foot radius of you immediately drop dead. And you feel something of which you've never felt before. Your rage dulled. Instead, satisfaction as you begin to walk through the masses of heralds, bodies clanging to the ground, dropping. You can see no one holds a blade. No one holds shields up to you. No one even runs. They just stand in fear of what you've become. Where are my manners? I didn't even post the game visual. Now, looking forward in the future, scholars who studied the Shrouded Isles history, would record the events of today on the shores of Port Cliff as free key parts of history that all happened within a singular hour. A Varnark, celestial dragon being released into the wild by a group known as the Six. And the appearance of a new nightmare and one legend of old. As Kipli Gamorda would quickly spread a new nickname as the Daughter of Death, an avatar that had not walked the plane of the Shrouded Isles for a long time. On the same day, Mustang Strums would get similar treatment, as you were briefly known as the Smoky Slinger, the joyous and fun nickname that you almost came to enjoy yourself was to be quickly replaced with fear and a few new names as well. Some would call you the Black Lung. Others who knew better of your past, the Primordial Spark. But the world would remember you in a different way, by a different name. The man who walked through fire, whose intense smoke snuffed out the sun itself. Mustang Strums, the Devil's Shadow. As almost at the same time, over 60 lives are lost in a span of seconds. As a new monster is born and an old one is released. We go back to Mammoth and Reese. The two of you racing through the streets find, with another round of investigation checks using the 19 that you just received, the entrance to Madame Borrelia's estate. Reese knew the general area, going off of the robe of eyes. And following the floor, this area is less crowded. You're deeper in the city. People are running to their homes in the residential district. As you approach the wall that you know would enter, please go ahead and give me an additional investigation check or perception check if you would like. You can make these separate, they don't have to be the same roll. As you're looking for the trigger to enter the underground.
Sorry, what are my options?
Investigation or perception. Because
Oh, yeah.
both you and Mammoth can make these rolls. 25 will certainly do. It was DC 20, so it was hard, but you got that shit +5. As you approach, not even going off of what you had previously seen, but going off of raw memory and strange books that you've read in the past, stories, tales, all of them have different ways to enter hidden secrets. And you remember hearing a click before the doorway opened. And you run your hand amongst the smooth stone wall. Perfectly smooth. All the other buildings here are carved out of stone, but they have ridges. They have imperfections. Why is the wall perfectly smooth? You wipe your hand against it, and you can feel that it is running up against a series of carved runes past the illusion of a smooth wall. And as your finger traces it, you hear the click as the door opens beneath. And you can see the descent that you once took a mere day ago open once more. You both rush down.
Reese looks over to Mammoth.
I was gonna say Mammoth looks at Reason, but I guess I'll start, running down.
And you
She'll
look at
go
me,
follow right behind him.
and he looks you, and you look at me, and I look at you. All right, so as you two rush down, the stairwell takes you a few minutes of... Previously, you were walking carefully, so it took you a long time. And you were also blindfolded, so it was a little harder. But now, racing down the steps and Mammoth flying straight down for the center of the spiral staircase, both of you arrive at the familiar setting, the long marble hall, and you can see the cleansing stone still untouched. But you can see the doors are open. And lying dead on the ground, you see the same familiar visage of the large humanoid polar bear that had been guarding the door previously. Head destroyed, body torn to bits. And as you look a little further in, kind of peeking through, you can see the stairwell on the opposing side has its door open as well, but you can't see into the actual chamber as you have to enter past the doorway first. Do you rush in? Do you enter?
Can I hear anything, or is it just pretty silent?
What's your passive perception? Or if you'd like, you can...
It's disgusting.
If you'd like, you can take a moment to slow your pace and make a perception check.
Sure, she'll slow down.
Both of you go ahead and give me a roll.
Probably be awful anyways.
10. 25. Wow, both of you rolling 25.
Hey.
The other roll's really low, the other roll's really high. That's funny. As you kind of stop and listen, you can... Reese, kind of hard to make out as your just blood is pumping, your head is just pounding as you're trying to think of just finding your friends and facing the oncoming danger. But Mammoth, as you're a little more calm and collected and begin to listen for more sounds within the chamber, it is close to silent as you think whatever fight may have occurred is probably already long past. No voices or no sounds echo within the chamber that you can hear.
Just keep going. Keep on going.
Yeah.
You both walk in, and you can see the once fine and beautiful lounge of Madame Borrelia is now torn to pieces. Booths cut apart, tables flipped, coins all taken.
I thought you were gonna say coins all spread about. I'm like, oh.
No. As you approach the bottom, you can look to your left and you can see the lounge that you had previously had your conversation in with the two vassals broken into, glass shattered, a assortment of objects and various artifacts taken from the room within. And you can see the doorway that Madame Borrelia led you through on the right that you know leads to the arena is closed and locked. But the thing that catches you the most is the pool, the waiting pool that you first met Madame Borrelia in, has a large hole punctured within it. You can see the water has basically already fully drained at this point, only a few puddles remain. But as you look within, you can see a passageway that leads down.
Reese will kind of pull on Mama's sleeve and then go in front of him so he can follow behind her.
Okay.
It'd be his shoulder. She's standing. Their size difference is very alarming.
Well, him floating on the broom too kind of offsets it a little bit. It's kind
Oh,
of
That's
yeah.
fair. That's
Calm
all
down.
right. He's on the broom. Yeah. Fair.
Do you both enter?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
As you walk back down, Duradon. I would like you to go ahead and roll me 2 more d20s.
Do D20.
Cool. Can you go ahead and make me a wisdom saving throw? You wanted to roll real low, and you rolled decently high with both.
Wisdom saving throw. 1.
So you have advantage on those. Fantastic. In the state of frenzy that you are in, your clash with Calamity can be described in a number of different ways. The main one is unfortunate, as you begin to have the reeling feeling of your body moving on its own. You already give in to your savage instincts every single time that you wield a blade. No proper training just allows you to use your strength to wildly wave around and cut through enemies. But this is different. With each slice of the scythe, you can feel the weapon guiding you. It's not talking directly to you, but you can feel as you bring down the arcs of the blade, it changes your direction. It perfects your form, and you can feel a weapon that you've never really used before, almost feeling even more proficient than any of the weapons you've used in your entire life. However, the ability to not get knocked unconscious and to withstand a killing blow is not always one that you wish to have. As what happens on the surface as everyone goes into their separate parts of the undergrounds of Portcliff is something almost equally as cataclysmic. Reese, Mammoth, Mustang, and Kipley have all been gone for, at most, 5 minutes. Broken Chain fell within the first 3. You see the body of the large and once rather powerful tabaxi cut down, gash wounds across his chest, lying unmoving on the ground in front of you. As you are repeatedly thrust into the ground by Calamity, her blade in the center of your chest, picking you up, throwing you against the terrain, impaling you on the spikes, killing you over and over and over and over again. Some minds might have snapped, broke, been changed, scarred for life. But you earned your nickname through one way or another. And those that gave it to you, even in the far past, never really understood what it meant. A savage fights until the death, one way or another, through thick or thin. As even stuck against a wall of spikes, the scythe guides you, cutting you free, cutting your own limbs and muscle, freeing you, cutting off part of your leg, trimming part of your flesh. You break free every time and time again. Most would have already lost their sanity, but not the savage hunter. You know in your mind, this feeling will continue for a few more minutes. You are unsure if you can finish this beast, this being, in that time. But as the gauntlets and as the scythe blade pulses with energy, you are certainly willing to find out. And we quickly go back to Kipling. Can you go ahead and make me a wisdom saving throw, Kipling?
Uh-huh.
13.
Yeah.
Do you want to keep that?
Oh, that's right.
I will say this before you roll, there is a chance that you want to fail. You don't know whether this is a good or bad thing. I apologize if that's difficult, but I just want to make that clear. Pose the Neurodons, it's completely different.
Um.
You can use inspiration if you like.
All right, no, I'll keep it.
You want to keep the 13?
Sure.
Sure. Okay. In less than 60 seconds, roughly 30 men met their demise. And you can feel that pain beginning to build in the back of your head. This form brings power, and it is sublime. But you're beginning to feel the consequences of such power as your body begins to become weary with exhaustion. Your mind beginning to pound and thump with this almost skull cracking, threatening to crumple your mind from the inside. Just noise, this humming, almost like someone's put a tune inside your head that you just can't get out. You don't drop the form, unfortunately. You remain in it for the moment. As you hear the clattering of what sound like footsteps coming down your dock, you see a once freshly pressed black suit, now middled with dust and blood. Golden hair and gloved hands as Amos Veridin walks down the docks, unaware of your presence at first, before looking up with a mix of confusion and then a twisted smile. I do not know if this day is getting worse or better as it continues. But either way, I think I just found myself a new prize. You watch as he takes the gloves off, and underneath his skin is not of the complexion of the rest of his body. You see they're heavily scarred, but they appear to be almost scaly, tracing down slightly past the wrist. You see veins of purple running through them, and black and purple scales covering and almost imprinted into the flesh. You see as he rolls his neck to the sides, left and right, small cracking sounding with each snap. And the approach stops as he is roughly about 60 feet from you. You see he leans down to the dock, and you hear a crack. You watch as his back snaps at an impossible angle, his neck lunging forward, his singular arm that he has remaining jutting outwards. And before your very eyes, you can see this humanoid form begin to morph and rapidly change into something that is almost as nightmarish as your very self in this moment. You can see purple fleshy skin, a long, winding, slimy tail, a mix of both slightly dull pink and purple tentacles flowing around his body, two beady red eyes, and only one fully intact wing.
Get fucked.
As the form taken in front of you shows why the twin brothers, out of the two of them, were both granted draconic gifts. Some more realized than the other. The fight that partakes lasts only about 30 seconds, maybe 45. You lash out with shadowy claws and bone talons. But in this state, you sense, even as this heightened being, it is not enough. The breath of this creature, not taking flame nor cold, metal nor element. You watch as it opens its mouth and screams, and a mix of both human and draconic roar fills the room. You go to grasp your ears, and that pain that was already building in your head now skyrockets. And you find yourself beginning to blur your vision. Taking a step back, you can feel your legs beginning to waver, your balance falling off, and your eyes beginning to close once more. Reese and Mustang. I said the wrong names 3 times in a row. Reese and Mammoth, we're going and jumping back for a lot of people, folks. As you two enter the underground, you travel on foot for a few minutes, approaching carefully, cautiously, slowly. And ahead of you, you can see a glimpse as the kind of slightly glowing and angelic form of this unknown Grace figure steps onto the boat and is beginning to push off, slowly paddling in the distance as a few, roughly 10 heralds are manning the oars. They look back at you, slightly cocking their head to the side and giving a smile. I do trust you'll take care of the poor boy. He was slightly roughed up in our encounter, but I assure you he will recover quickly, swiftly, and well. I hope we get the chance to properly meet and perhaps share a meal or drink. The Six. You are quite a number of interesting individuals. As you see lying at the end of the dock, Mustang with his head slightly propped up by his satchel, lying against one of the wooden beams. You can see both arms are kind of tucked in at his side, and you see his prime Monica just lying across his chest, currently unconscious. What do you do?
They're boarding a boat.
They've already boarded the boat, and it is beginning to take off.
Yeah.
And that was Zyrus?
No,
Oh.
No.
that you see the character that was before you of Race, the strange angelic figure that neither of you have seen before.
Yeah, that makes more sense.
She would just rush over to Mustang. Not really even say anything.
Same, yeah.
You both approach, and you have the complex variety of emotions that begin to rush through you. As you can see, you've understood it before, but it's kind of hard to get a sense of whether Mustang is alive or not, since he is technically undead and doesn't have a pulse. But as you rush forward, you can sense a simmer of heat still coming from his body. With your passive investigation and insights alone, he is alive. Simply unconscious for the moment. You figured giving him either a small bit of healing or a shake, or hard enough shake, would force him awake.
She'll cast Cure Wounds on him first level.
As the healing enters the smoky form, you can see small holes that were present, not fully filled in, begin to slowly conjoin and form the solidified misty form that Mustang Strums takes. And 14. As you take 14 points of healing, Mustang, your vision begins to return to you once more, but the memories of what you experienced remain. And the name that you were called rings in your head. It seems like it should be familiar, but it doesn't quite make sense in this current state.
Mustang? Mustang.
He's kind of groggy and wiping his face, and as he does so, he'd like to try and remember what color his hands were, what his skin color was in the dreamlike state.
As you try and bring back those memories, it fails to come to you. You remember you saw something, but as you think back now, it's blurred. The memory's not as strong as they once were, or whatever connection you had of this creature lost. The only thing that remains is the name John.
Mustang, snap out of it. Where's Kipley?
I don't know. I can't remember. I think I might have just done something real nasty.
Reese looks around a little bit. Come on, we need to get out of here. We need to go find her.
Right. He's gonna try and get up.
As you attempt to get up, you can feel yourself moving sluggish and slow. As you are brought to your feet, the now 3 levels of exhaustion are felt.
Oh, great. All right.
Go ahead and mark that down for me.
Yeah, I'm working on it.
I did say you did feel a little exhausted once the form left.
That's a
But
lot of exhausted.
as you're kind of propped between both Mammoth and Reese as they attempt to carry you out of here, we quickly go to Kipley once more. In this
Hey,
more natural state, the form is shattered and broken. The threat that you faced far greater than whatever you were recently given. You didn't have enough control over whatever you had become, not enough knowledge to understand what you could do. And because of that, even missing an arm, you were still overwhelmed by whatever creature almost had become. As you lay bleeding and feeling the tinge of death, you look up and you can see Amos, neck snapping once more, reverting to his human form, seeing you defeated. I think I like this more pathetic form. It suits you. I was told to take certain members alive. We were not on that list. And you watch as he takes his hand, something that you've seen and known before, to be able to grab and deal large numbers of psychic damage with, and puts it out to you. You watch in this dark cavern as a gasp of air is let out. As a knife is put through his throat, protruding towards you, blood dripping down onto your form. With a powerful yank, it comes out, and you hear the as he begins to choke on his own blood. Almost falls down to the ground, grasping both hands on his neck, wildly looking around, and you see cut after cut, wound after wound begin to penetrate, as if something that's not even in the very air itself is slicing through him. But as you left your state of consciousness, wearing your goggles, as you re-enter it and look around, you can vaguely see an outline of a female form walking amongst the darkness, completely unseen by anything but the animus that covers her awakened self. And you see them slash time and time again, almost wildly reaching out into the air, attempting to grab, attempting to hit, slice, punch, do anything he can to touch them. But each attempt in vain. Seeing the way things are going, he gives you one last look before throwing himself onto the boat in front of you and barking bloody, coughed orders as it begins to push away quickly from the dock. You can see dozens of oars shooting out from each side, and as they do, it quickly takes off, moving away into the darkness. You see it but briefly as the form of Zyrus Amaril becomes tangible once more. You recognize something. Something that only you and Maeve had actually seen before. It was a brief moment, only about a week, slightly more ago. You had seen a wanted poster. Dark skin, white-haired drow. Wearing the exact same outfit that Zyrus now dons, for a brief moment before it fades back to her normal hunter's cloak. The last thing that you hear before you fade into unconsciousness is her as she picks you up, saying, "You're going to be fine. Let's get you back to the group." As you close your eyes, she begins to quickly move you back down the docks. We're going to go ahead and take a quick 5-minute break because I ran out of water and my voice is dying. So
I don't even
quickly be
I
right
don't
back.
have a brain.
Well, don't say that. You're smart. Okay. But I will be right back. We'll just call it 10:50. So that's nice, even on the dot.
Who stayed? Everybody still there?
I'm in here.
Yeah.
I never
I'm
got
shitting
to
my
tell you
pants.
that
I'm here.
I love that you switched your profile picture to that goofy little captain picture portrait.
You know, how could I not? It was such a sweet thing.
It was so cute and perfect.
Yeah, I'm trying to encourage April to be more artistic. She really wants to start practicing like her art and drawing, but she's very good at discouraging herself about it, so I want to encourage her as much as I can.
Sounds like a true artist.
Damn.
Yeah. She's a firefighter now, and she spent so long doing like firefighter stuff and like really left brain stuff that she feels like she's lost that part of her, and she feels like she's being like a fake and a fraud whenever she tries to do right brain
Aw.
stuff like art. And I'm trying to tell her like, no, bro, it's still you. Because when we were in high school, we used to be really like artistic and storytellers and this, that, and the other, and she feels like that's just not her anymore. And I'm trying to tell her like, it's not true, man. It's not true.
Oh, I got farther along with Chimera's art. He'll shoot it to you quick.
Oh, let's see.
An update. Yeah. I gotta go on my I got too many devices. I'm literally operating between my computer, my tablet, and my phone right now. Jumping all over.
You got like a spy setup.
I do. That's what I feel like. Yeah. She's still missing her horns, but I'm gonna put those in last. Probably.
That's light work. Horn's light work.
Yeah.
Ooh. Ooh
I'm
la
just having
la.
a lot of fun with it.
I'm glad. It is a lot of fun to draw
She's all
stuff like
purple and
this.
sexy.
She's very purple. Very, very sexy. Good work.
That's fun.
She's slaying the house down. Very much cunty slay. Serving us tropical waterfall realness.
Um.
How could
I'll-
Roland resist?
Shit. I'll shoot it to you, Ryan, if you want, but it's not PG-13.
That's totally fine.
It's PG-13.
It's
Maybe
PG-13.
TV-14.
TV-14. It's TV-14.
Why does TV-14 feel less appropriate than PG-13?
Probably because it's for 14.
What?
we all gooch?
Yeah.
I think.
Kipley, Jared.
Yeah, I'm here.
Good.
You answered the Kipley voice. Love it. I'm present. Lovely. All right, let's get right back into this. So, picking up, we are gonna go to briefly to Duradon. And I am going to explain the role that you did previously. As more time passes, and we are now getting past multiple minutes of your fight with Calamity, and you can now see the body of Broken still lying unmoving. The time limit is based off of your own role. So that lovely 82 translates to roughly 8 minutes.
Fucking
You've been
impressive.
fighting. It is. You have been fighting for almost 6 minutes straight. And you have been dying for probably the last 60 seconds repeatedly. As what would be killing blows, your flesh regenerates. You can feel steam rising off of your body with each wound cut. And you now can begin to feel the exhaustion kicking in. As you know, you have only but a few seconds remaining in this state before death becomes permanent. Calamity looks close to, if not fully unbothered by all attacks that you have thrown her way so far. What does Duradon do?
You said Calamity's looking how? I'm sorry, say it from one more time.
All and any wounds that you have dealt, whether they were fading blows or not, does not seem to bother her. She looks in the perfect bit of health as she arrived.
And how's his fighting partner, the not vessel?
The sponsor?
Sponsor, yeah. The
They were
sponsor.
cut. They were cut down 3 minutes ago.
Oh God! I thought it was but a flesh wound. Shit.
You've been fighting by yourself. I say fighting. It's more like she's been trying to kill you for 3 minutes now by yourself. Unsuccessfully so. But you are currently in an arena without any of your peers, without any of help or any signs of hope, as you can feel your internal clock and the state of exhaustion quickly catching up to you. What would you like to do? You know you can continue fighting, and maybe a miracle will happen, or maybe you'll just be dead. But whatever blade or whatever feature this blade was providing you, rather, clearly has its limits.
He has no help. He, I imagine, can't see any feasible means of escape. The sponsor is still fucking there and hasn't left or crawled away out of danger.
No,
so
you know
he's
they were
just-
fully cut down.
Oh
They have
my
not
God.
moved in 3 minutes.
Oh, that's so bad. That's so bad. That's so bad.
We're in so much trouble.
I know there was a lot
Um,
going on, so it got lost a little in translation, but no, they fully look like they died 3 minutes ago.
Oh, fuck me. Okay. And Calamity, she's showing no signs. Is there any space as I've been drawing and kind of like striking wildly, kind of with unpredictable trajectory? Is there any space in particular that seems that she's specifically trying to protect on herself?
She's
Imagine
not protecting
I've.
herself at all.
Oh, this bitch! I hate her so
Right?
That is the more concerning part. Despite donning armor that covers the majority of her body, she has not attempted to stop any of your blows or lean out of them by any means. She has accepted every scythe attack and then some, and has hit back each time with something that would have most likely gone over your hit point maximum by now, probably about 4 times over.
He's
Over
not
the span of a
going
few
nowhere.
rounds, of course.
Can he glance around, kind of like through peripheral and trying to really rely on his passive, to see if there's any like oddities in the arena, in the field? He's a hunter and been dealing with different people. This seems unnatural, so he's starting to look for like magical chicanery and fuckery.
Yeah, the arena has not been changed since the last time. So it is currently, everything is down. The switch has already been, or the pressure plate was already triggered. So there's no walls, there's no nothing. You look around you and you just see nothing but blood, dust, and a few bodies. Just with passive alone, I'm afraid, because even though it is ridiculously high, you don't exactly have a lot of time to look around in this very one-sided match you are undertaking. As each glance away from her only results in yet another wound that would have rendered you dead. But you feel, to help narrow it down ever so slightly, you feel you have enough energy to attempt a blaze of glory and push past whatever few seconds that you have remaining, whether it be 30, 20, 40, and attempt to either bring her down or get her to a state where you could run. Or you can attempt to abandon and leave her to her own devices and sprint away for your life and hope that she doesn't chase you. As the fight or flight of a natural instinct kicks in.
Oh, that second option sounds so bitch made. He's gonna he's gonna go with the first one. He's gonna try to fight her to some type of stalemate to.
So, I will tell you before you make this roll. This is going to be a d20 roll. This is going to be a pure luck check.
Okay.
You want a high number.
Okay.
Go ahead and give me a roll. You can roll 2 d20, not just one.
D20.
If you get a natural 20 on either of them, it's going to be your birthday. Because you will get a present.
17.
Would you like to use an inspiration on either of those?
Forget. I'll use the inspiration on the 13.
Go for it.
Oh, okay. Well,
17 at its highest roll.
Yep.
It is not a perfect result, but it does give the smallest semblance of hope. Irida, if you could describe for me what your last stand looks like.
Dang shit. Okay. I think it's definitely even as him being kind of like a savage hunter, he's still humanoid, still human. Pain isn't something he's completely cut off because it's dangerous to do so. And you still have to somewhat know your limits no matter how mad, angry, savage you are. And he knows that Kipley probably can't handle this individual, so buying as much time for the rest to get to them, I think he shuts off kind of those natural instincts to shy away from the blade. To if she's hitting him anyway, there's no point in it. And kind of his movements become about taking the hits, limiting, kind of letting the blade sink in so that it limits the movements that she can make, and kind of like sitting upon the blade to anchor her down for his slices, slashes, and kind of like pulls of the scythe to deal deep, dangerous vital cuts.
With a 17, you rampage out, feeling all that remains in your body. A mere few seconds before you succumb to numerous levels of exhaustion for not just taking all of the various blows that Calamity has dealt you, but for wielding the weapon as long as you have without even being attuned to it. You can feel your vision beginning to narrow, and the battlefield before you becomes just a blur. No passive perception would be able to aid you in seeing what is before you. It is just blurs of blood, flashes of red, and your scythe cutting through the air. And as you are beginning to focus on dealing any last meaningful blow to this creature, there is this unfamiliar sound that begins to well up behind you. You hear this large humming, this almost droning kind of approach, and you can see Calamity takes a moment to put one of her eyes behind you, gazing to see what it is, as you hear the following. A bolt of lightning and a glowing amphibian form rushing past you and slamming into Calamity's chest. Rocking the arena, you see this roughly 7 to 8 foot tall, slimy skinned, and having very deep and intense yellow eyes look down at you before looking up and calling out into arena. Step family, it is time to step up. Not very nice. As you can see the form of Shazai standing over you.
No way.
descending down from the arena, you watch as jumping in, who have been waiting, not wanting to interrupt out of pure fear of what's been going on, but seeing an opportunity as Calamity is caught off guard. You see a few familiar faces that Durdon has actually run into before. As it hasn't been the same circumstance as the Six, but nevertheless, words of the wise, game recognizes game, as the Savage Hunter runs into some old friends. As hopping down from the arena, you see people you haven't seen since they first helped you get started on business on Paradise Peak. As the few bunch of Huckins that remain on the island hop into action and join your side in aid. And we cut away. As the lack of knowledge of what fully happened to Mustang, Reese and Mammoth, both of you begin dragging him up, making him dragging him through the lounge and pulling him up into the above ground. Where do you take him? It's clear he cannot move of his own accord at this moment. Although it is limited, it is a hassle to try and go at his own pace without aid.
Is he conscious?
He's conscious, he's speaking, but it is clear that he is suffered in a similar sense to when you guys have seen both yourselves and Mustang cast high-level spells that are normally out of your reach, or after expelling yourself of all of the energy within you, suffered multiple levels of exhaustion.
Can I put him on the broom?
You will not be able to use the full movement speed of the broom, because you can't both sit on it and have him in the back.
Oh, just him.
But you can use it as a stretcher if you'd like, and have him like going alongside of you.
Yeah.
That's fully possible, yes. You just slap on one of those like little red lights, just beep, boop, beep, boop, beep.
No, I can't afford a damn ambulance.
I refuse care. As you bring him up into the lounge, what is the plan? What are you guys doing? You currently have no knowledge of where the others have gone or the state of affairs of anyone besides yourselves.
She couldn't have seen or recalled a second set of tracks leaving from where they hold Kibble off to originally.
You, not here, you haven't seen anything.
Mm-hmm.
You only saw the one entrance with your checks previously, and after exploring down, you saw Mustang, but you haven't seen anything else so far.
Mustang, what do you think? You gonna be able to walk around sometime soon, or should we be moving on?
Yeah. I could walk just fine.
As he's lying on the broom.
It's just, I don't know where they've taken her, and I don't want them to get any farther ahead.
Well, you can go on without me if you must. I'll try and follow behind you, but I'll probably be slower than molasses in January.
You look kind of worse for wear. I think you should just stick with us.
Sure? I don't want to slow you down. And I will, I promise.
Well, I don't want to have to worry about both you and Kipley. We just got you back.
Yeah, there's no point in coming to find you a second time. She gives him a little shove on the shoulder.
I can take care of myself. I think. I just watched a lot of people die. I felt it. I felt a lot of people die.
When?
I don't know. It's all kind of fuzzy.
Well, I
Something
don't
bad
really
happened.
don't want Kipling to be among them, so we should really make some sort of move.
You know, you all just seriously go up ahead. If something's wrong, let you know. I'll cast sending and I'll let you know.
Last I saw, Duradon was still fighting Calamity.
That man's toast.
Yeah.
I hate to say it, we saw what she could do back at the Dambala estate. He's done for.
Yeah, I mean, I left him there because I came for you guys.
Damn, Reese. It's cold. I would have done the same.
I don't really have any attachments to him, and I don't know. Kipley's probably worth 10 Duradons anyway.
That dude still owes me ice cream.
Damn, you're right. I told you should have gotten that ice cream while you could.
I thought it would taste better after I worked for it.
Ice cream always tastes sweeter after you work for it, but tell you what, I'll get you 10 bowls of ice cream once we're done with this.
Alright.
Yeah, glad you see that as worthy compensation. There are worse things you could ask for. You guys have any clues at all where Kipley ended up? I was blacked out until just now, pretty much.
Best thing I can go do is start back where I've picked up your tracks. Where they hauled you off from, we're gonna be far behind at this point.
We better get out of here 3 ways from Sunday then. And he's gonna try and get up off the broom and start limping the way that they came from.
You attempt to do so, and you are walking 15 feet as your movement is halved, and it is painful.
Oh, our movement's happening.
Yeah, that's what happens
no,
when you get 3 levels of exhaustion.
I know, I forgot. Oh.
As you continue to limp down the road with both Reese and Mammoth kind of flanking you on each side, we briefly will hop back to Duradon. Duradon, as almost a simultaneous event occurs of the bunch of Huckins and this strange Rusalka, which you know of the species, but you've never actually met one yourself before, rushes to your aid. In that glimmer of hope that you got, it is almost immediately removed as it was brought about. The exhaustion and the amount of energy that you expended to use this blade immediately catches up with you as they all rush in to your aid. You fall back on the ground and take on 4 levels of exhaustion. You can feel your body being almost drained of everything. Of adrenaline. You can feel almost as if your flesh is eating at itself to try and make up for all of the energy expended, all of the calories burned. And you can feel the blade fall out of your hands as it reverts back to the black stone longsword that it once was. Out of the corner of your eye, as you're observing the fight before you, the images are blurry, but the sounds is what concerns. At this point, it has been a sponsor, a above averagely built Rusolka, you, and 3 of the bunch of Huckins members assaulting this being, creature, whatever you want to call her. And you just hear her laugh. And then you hear the wounds beginning to add up, blood beginning to spill, and you watch as in the combination of the 4, along with all the damage you and Broken dealt before their passing, begins to show serious signs of wear. The armor, not broken, but seeing dark crimson seeping through it. Eyes that were once jestful and filled with laughter now look around in a panic. And you can hear the words leave her lips. I don't sense her around here. All of you are really annoying. Little sister, you better let me back after this. But I'm done playing these games. Kill everything you see. And you hear a snap as her neck goes past the point of which a normal humanoid could remain alive. And the bunch of Huckins immediately step back, kind of taking an air of caution as her body begins to twitch. And you, unfortunately, weren't there for any of the information on this creature. You weren't there for the original fight. You weren't there for Maeve. You weren't there for any understanding of what this is. However, you are the first to witness what it can become. As thinking back way into the past, right around session 11, Kipley saw something for the first time in the Damballa estate, but didn't fully understand what it was. When you looked through the lens, you saw not just one awakened soul, but 2. For a brief moment, you heard the 2 voices, but one was louder than the other and took over. In this moment, you watch as Calamity turns to ruin, and the arena goes dark. Kipley.
Yeah.
You come to on the back in a fireman carry style of Cyrus as she lugs you through downtown Portcliff. Your vision danced with black spots, exhaustion filling your body as well. And as you look around, you can see just destruction. people's panic, thrown over carts, destroyed houses. And as you look around, you can just see trails of blood going in just about every direction from all of the injured. You can hear Cyrus's breath, heavy, as she's been carrying you for quite some time, in addition to having fought almost by herself. You can feel the steps slowing down as she takes a pause, leaning you against one of the buildings and slumping down to the side of it herself, catching her breath. She looks over and now notices that you're awake. And you can see she reaches out and lays her hand on your shoulder, casting Cure Wounds. You can feel a slight bit of that exhaustion fading away. Gonna go ahead and whoop. Hey, max healing on first level spell slot. 13 points of healing to you. As you come back to consciousness with 14 hit points. You can see that Cyrus is in her normal form once more. Trench coat, black attire, hair tied back up. She looks at you, she goes, "Are you alright?"
No. Are you?
No.
Where are the others?
I'll get you back to them in a moment. I need to rest.
How far
I
are
found
we?
you. I'm not sure, it was somewhere in the center square, maybe only a few minutes away. But when I found you in the underground, you had changed. What was that?
I don't know.
Was that your patron reaching for you?
I don't think so.
Either way, I'm glad you're back to being you.
Huh.
There's still heralds around, so we have to be careful. I didn't expect this many to be on the island.
You expected them at all.
Heralds normally travel in smaller groups, 20, 30 at most. On my way over to you alone, I saw dozens, and I'm sure there's dozens more. There's never been this scale of an attack. They never do things like this.
They're looking for someone.
Or something.
I have to get back.
Yes, come on then. She reaches down, begins picking you back up, and she pauses for a moment. You see a slight tired smile crosses her face. Princess Carrie or Fireman's Carrie?
Fireman's feels a little more
All right, and she
dignified.
slings you over the shoulder. As your arms just kind of dangling, just almost limp on her back, and your vision's now just stuck to behind her. You can feel her beginning to pick up the pace once more. She continues to go back towards the arena. On the way back, Reese, Mammoth, and Mustang, as you're limping through the city streets, making your way back towards the arena, you can see approaching, looking injured and as tired as you, Zyrus and Kipley. Kipley slung over one shoulder as Zyrus kind of half limps for the street as well, making her way in the direction, stops and pauses as she sees you, and you can see a little bit of relief cross her face as she begins to walk over, and then stops as she sees the condition that Mustang is in, and goes, huh. So it looks like you as well ran into problems. I'm afraid I can't heal you anymore at the moment, but we should get back. I don't know what's happening.
Neither do I, but don't worry about the healing. And he's gonna look at Kipley, who is Kipley still over her shoulder?
Kipley is still in the fireman's carry over her shoulder. Kipley, you can hear Zyrus talking, but you can't see your friends as they're on the opposite side of her at the moment.
Hey.
Mammoth, can we give Kipley the broom? I feel like that's a little more dignified.
Please. She is not heavy, but I am exhausted.
I can walk.
No, you can't.
Oh.
Did you give Kipley the broom? Mammoth.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Luckily, Kipley is a small enough creature that you can comfortably fit on the broom and just kind of slump yourself into the wood as it begins to drift a few inches off the ground once more. See, Zyrus kind of rubs her shoulder. And how are the rest of you doing? She looks towards Reese and Mammoth.
Just glad to see her. Thank you for bringing her back to us.
Of course.
Yeah. I've been better, but considering company.
Let's go. And as you all turn to go towards the arena, you can see the pillar of light, or more accurately, the pillar of bright red and black mist that shoots up into the sky. Roughly about 80 feet in diameter, and shooting up, almost hitting the ceiling of Port Cliff, thousands of feet into the air. You see this explosion go off in the direction of the arena. You all begin to rush towards it. What entrance would you like to take as you begin to approach?
The closest one?
You can go for the closest one, of course. If you like.
Maybe we ought to go through the one that we came through because we know it's clear.
You're gonna try and use the main entrance then?
Yeah.
Just a suggestion.
I mean, yeah, Kipley's she can't make a choice. She's going wherever you guys go.
Going along. As you all rush into the main entrance of the arena, after running a few minutes in the direction, the dust and now just reddened sky begins to set a dim and darker tone across the arena floor. You all rush down the steps and make your way around to the gate that you know you left through and was clear once you got there. And as you round the corner, you can see in the midst of all of the dust kicked up, blood spatter, stone columns, and everything that is lying in this arena's wake, you see a number of bodies, some of which you can recognize as you quickly turn the corner and see the unconscious and or dead body of Broken. You see impaled with a large crimson blade and unmoving the body of Duradon the Savage Hunter, curled up in a ball and covered in cuts and bleeding wounds. You see the surprising visage, for those of the original members of the party, of Shazai, as they attempt to crawl away. And you see the rest of the bunch of Huckins severely bloodied and wounded as this red mist fills the air. You look towards Calamity, and you can see it is the same body that you saw her arrive in. But there's an air about the strange visage of her. And as Kipley looks up towards her, you can see the kind of golden tinted aura that covers most awakened creatures, and that did cover her previous form when she entered the Dambala estate, is now that of a vermilion red. She pulls the blade out of Duradon's chest, which limply nudges, looks over to the rest of you.
Well. What do we have here? More fodder for the taking, I see.
As you can see, she licks her lips, blood covering them. A bunch of Huckins looks at you nervously. You can see Dale makes direct eye contact with Reese and with Mustang and just shakes his head. There is a single moment where everything and everyone stands still in the arena. No one daring to move. No one daring to make a sound. Before what happens next occurs, what are the thoughts or actions that come to mind from the party that has just arrived?
Does she even look injured at all?
You can see blood dripping down her.
Hmm.
You can see wounds and cuts across the parts of her body that is shown from the small bits of skin the armor doesn't protect, but
Reese would have been walking down the hall probably with Mustang by her side with the other people right slightly behind them, and then when she got that shake of a head, she would have held up one hand to the people behind her and grabbed onto Mustang's sleeve to stop him where they stood while they kind of took in the situation.
Mustang.
I don't know.
Excuse me, go ahead.
Are you a betting man, Mustang?
Only when I know I can win.
Yeah.
But man, she sure is uglier than a dime's worth of dog meat. remember that clear as day.
What thoughts cross your minds in this moment? Because you don't have too much time for conversation. Mammoth, as you see the scene laid out before you.
Well, he definitely does a double take at Shazai for a sec before getting, I don't know, distracted by the dead body of Broken Chain and the Huckins and Duradon, and he's just kind of confused, I guess, and just completely overwhelmed and trying to process things.
Kipling.
Yeah, Kipley's eyes just have been going. Just everything's dead. And she's trying to focus just on her party and seeing the Huckins down, seeing Duradon skewered. She's kind of having flashbacks, and she just kind of disassociates a bit.
Yeah.
We can't actually do anything, right?
In this moment, we're just going over thoughts.
Gotcha.
Reese.
I shot you a quick secret channel.
Ooh.
We can describe what that is as I read it. I mean, you can use that as what you think.
But so, Reese was thinking whether or not she could use that sacrifice blade to capsule Calamity in Oliver's bone shielding, so they could retrieve their friends.
The thoughts of trying to contain her briefly to perhaps save them crosses your mind. Duradon.
Yes.
As you lie bleeding out, life for but a few moments is about to leave your grasp. What are some of the last thoughts Duradon has? Or any last words that he can say?
I think he's going to kind of laugh and chuckle to himself a bit, and kind of speaking to his parents. He's going to say, "At least we didn't die to a fucking druid."
You hear a chorus of laughter as the voices, now the blade untouched by you, fill your head once more. And you hear Entreus re-enter your mind. I did not think that this would be the end. But this is not a bad one. As your body is laying, looking towards the group. Any last words to them? Or is your final thoughts with your family?
Does he see Kipley?
You can see them as they've just turned the corner, yes. You see she's kind of being pulled by a broom looking just as fucked up as the others, if not even more.
But she looks alive.
Barely, but alive.
He's gonna say, or shout out to Kipley. I guess I was the weakest one, after all. Isn't that hilarious?
As you finish with "Isn't that fun?" life fades from your eyes, and Duradon passes. Ruin looks down at you, spitting blood onto your face, turns towards the rest of you, and begins stepping an approach. As you can see the limp body of Rupert still remaining in front of you. You hear the twitch of metal. You can see a dull glow of purple beginning to hum to life. It now dawns on all of you, and with Kipley more than anyone else, that Rictus is not amongst you in your numbers. And the line that Amos Ferrodin before his escape gave is that they were allowed to kill some of you, but not all. You watch the small metal primate look back towards you, look towards Ruin, and you see it unhinges its jaw and lets out a woeful cry. Something that you've never heard a machine be able to produce before. As the metal screeches and clangs out into the evening night, you can see the red mist is slightly parted by the sound. Similar to what you've experienced before, bringing back memories of creatures long past slain, but also remembering that those were constructs too. You watch as the small form begins to trudge forward, reaching out its tiny metal paw, before you see the purple gem glow brightly once, and then crack. And exploding outwards into a sprint, you see the form of Rupert take what Rictus had previously learned and imparted from his own body and experience onto him, as the giant ape of crystalline making shoots out and reaches for Ruin, grabbing her form and doing the one thing that he can reliably do in this moment, as he rows her with all of the might that he has left. You watch as, almost like Sunday morning cartoon, a 150-pound body goes flying through the night sailing off into the darkness. And for those of you with some of the higher passive perceptions in the group can hear a dull thud off into the distance as she slams into a number of buildings before coming to a stop. Form lingers, looking over at Duradon and back at the group once more before collapsing to the ground and falling into a pile of rubble. And the night is filled with silence. You see weary, but rushing forward nonetheless. Irish pushes past, reaching out and running to Duradon's side. And takes on an additional 3 levels of exhaustion as she slaps you across the face.
Mm-hmm.
And you breathe life once more, inhaling and being revivified back with 1 hit point. As you can see, the half-dead, leaning more towards nearly dead drow form leaning over you, just covered in smears of blood, before she too collapses to her side, lying down next to you. And the arena goes silent. See the bunch of Huckins gather around. You see Shazai hovers over Duradon, tongue flicking in and out, kind of inspecting his form. Looks over Xyrus. You can see bits of saliva kind of plop onto both of their faces. Before he looks up and sees all of you, and you can see the tail wag and the eyes brighten. He sits down and waits.
Through the whole event, Reese still had her arm up, holding everybody behind her, just to stay put, and she was just staring at the whole event. Her arm kind of falls down to her side, and she looks over her shoulder quickly to Mammoth and Kipley, and starts walking slowly to the center of the arena.
As you all approach, you can see your friend is alive. Beaten. Once recently dead, but alive as Duradon lies covered in a pool of his own blood, but breath, shakingly so, being taken in. See the bunch of Huckins, all their own individual wounds as well, looking in terrible shape. And breaking the silence, you hear a secondary
Terrible.
as Broken sits fully up. You can see a dull flame covering his body as he too looks around, and looking much worse for wear as his own fur is soaked in blood, and you can see just the once fluffy visage is now just smeared and covered in all kinds of both gore and viscera.
What happened?
looks and sees the group.
Did we win?
No.
Really?
Are you all safe? Is everybody here?
We're missing Rictus.
That gnome.
Yeah.
Looks towards Duradon as you're lying on the ground.
I did not see him during our fight. Did you?
I was a bit occupied getting stabbed, so I wasn't paying too much attention.
Same here.
I assumed he ran after everyone else.
I went after Mustang and I didn't see him anywhere.
I went after Kipley and I didn't see him either.
Kipley's just like her forehead just like pressed into the broom handle and just like tears going down her face. I think they took him.
Why would they take him, if any of you? No offense, but he seemed to be one of the more normal ones out of your group.
He is the most intelligent out of our group.
And you hear from off to the side.
And that is exactly why they took him.
Reese turns to look who's talking.
As you turn back, all of you except Duradon see and recognize the familiar form of, not of Amos, but of Ivar Faradin, just kind of looming in the shadows, stepping out into the arena's light. And you can see he approaches with his hands up, walking slow.
I mean no harm. I come to help you.
You know, that would have been really helpful like 10 minutes ago.
See, he cocks a smile.
Why do you think there was a line of dead heralds outside?
I don't know, I could think of a couple reasons, and I don't quite like it, so I'll just say it was you.
Then you would be correct.
I apologize, but I was trying to track down where they took your small friends. But I was not fast enough. I have good reasoning to know of why. But I have a feeling we should probably rest. You all look beat to shit.
Yeah, you could say that again. 3 times, actually.
You look beat to shit. You look
One more
beat
time.
to shit.
That's good. Alright.
And you look beat to shit.
Why do you want to help us?
There's going to be a lot of questions. I will answer as many as I can, but the short version, I do not care about any of you, respectfully.
But you all have a shared interest with me. I wish to bring back my sister, as you do. And it would be what is worth counterproductive to stand as enemies when we have the same goal.
Your sister.
The Drakan that you knew as Maeve Dambala.
What?
Reese just sits down in the dirt.
See, he sits down cross-legged as well. And during this entire encounter, you can just see that Cal Huckins has just been slowly inching her way around the group, literally just sidestepping until she gets next to Kipley, where she lies a hand on you. And you feel one of your levels of exhaustion goes away as she casts Greater Restoration and goes,
Hi, nice to see you again. You look like you're beating the shit.
I've had a bad day.
Yeah, I haven't had the best night either.
Well, you look good.
Thanks.
I liked your outfit before it was destroyed.
She looks down at her clothes.
Where your arms and sleeves are completely ripped.
Oh.
You have a slight guess from the transformation that could not accommodate all of your rather small clothing for the large form you took on. You're very much Bruce Bannering it right now.
Is she at, so was she at 5 levels or previously?
Oh, excuse me. I don't think I gave you yours.
I had her at 3 previously.
Oh,
Yes, you were at 3 levels of exhaustion. So you'd be down to 2.
Okay. Yeah, she just kind of slowly slides and falls off of the broom.
Onto the sand.
Yeah.
Reese pulls out her vassal token and pulls out her old ray arm from it. Starts fucking around with it to get it put back on her shoulder.
You pull it out, and you watch as the entire cast that has gathered around just kind of follows as you pull out a bony arm and start jamming it into the stump on your other arm. Just stare in a mix of awe, confusion, and disgust. See Shazai's tail wags a little bit faster, and then looks a little disappointed once you attach it to your to the missing part of your other arm.
She notices it and she pulls out a man-eater bone that she had left over and tosses it for him.
Snatches it out of the air and begins to gnaw on it. You can hear crunching as the bone pops and breaks with each bite. Very nice to see you all friends again. I would very much like to say new family been very nice to me in the meantime, but I have missed you very much. And just starts biting into the bone.
So your sister then?
Turn and look at Ivar.
Mm-hmm.
Duh. Which is Draconian for yes.
Yes. Reese kind of nods her head a couple times.
Not by direct blood, as your
Hmm.
kind would see.
I see.
But there are very few dracons left. Or drakars, as you call in your language. Half-bloods. Born partly to humanoid, partly to dragon. My brother and I are both drakar. Him more than I. When I ran into your group, looks towards Mustang. By the coast, back at Paradise Peak. We clashed, and I felt something. I felt a spark. I knew that she was like me. There are very few of us left. So I wish to see her return. So we do battle once more. And so that I can show her our home. I do not know it myself, but the name Dambara seems to bring respect, fear behind it. Perhaps it could do good for Drakar kind. But come, we should leave before she comes back. Or anyone else, for that matter, comes.
Where do we go?
I know somewhere we can go. Diver gets up. You see a bunch of Huckins get up and kind of dust themselves off. And goes. Dale kind of clears his throat and goes, well, that was a pleasure, Savage Hunter. We will bill you for our lovely help in this endeavor. And as always, pleasure seeing you around. The 6, nice seeing you too. We'll be on our way. We were passing through town on business, but this turned to shit in a pickle real quick. I don't necessarily know we're in the full capacity of our group to help you out, but if you need us, we'll be staying at the Rose Tun Inn. Rustin. How do you say it, Cal?
I think we're staying at the Roasting Inn. If you want to come find us.
Where? Here? On this island? Or like another island?
Yeah, on the verge of this one. It's right next to port.
Oh. I thought this place was completely destroyed. Oh, that's good. People are still living. That's good.
It's not completely just around the arena, but if you need us, we'll be there. Stop by in case you need anything. It's nice seeing you all again. It's a shame we had to be under these circumstances.
Bye, Blue.
Smiles. Bye, Blue. You see the bunch of Huckins begin walking out, and you hear Dale go, Shazza, come on. And like a very much like a dog reacting to the sound of their name, you see Shazza's head snaps towards Dale and goes, All right, very nice seeing you all again. I am Isheza Hawkins. Pleasure to meet you again. Okay, bye. And scatters off in their direction. But if you follow, Ivar will begin to lead you outside the arena and back up into the city of Portcliff. Now, my question to the group is, as it is 12:07, would you like to continue and get a little bit of lore dropping / looking ahead, or do you feel comfortable to end it here and pick up again in 2 weeks? As next week will be the playtest. I'm fine going
And-
either way.
Same here. Anybody?
I'm okay.
Good.
Yeah, I'm good. This.
Yay!
What say thee, Ryan?
Let's do it. Yeah.
Go a little
Let's do
later.
it.
Okay, so you all follow Ivar through town, and you see he doesn't lead you into further deeper into the city. He brings you on the outskirts, and begins bringing you through this long kind of path that's just along the side of Portcliff. It is very much carved into the side of the actual mountain. And eventually he does bring you up a very long flight of stairs that eventually, after an hour of hiking through stone and mountainside, brings you to the top of Portcliff. To the, not summit, but close enough to the peak that you can see the majority of the island beneath you and the waves outstretching for miles on end out into the night. As he begins to lead you to this small kind of outcropping in the middle of the mainly open fields. There is a small camp already set up that you imagine was probably some either sort of scouting party or his own personal abode that he set up previously. As he walks up, begins to start a fire and gestures for all of you to make yourselves comfortable. As I sit, I will answer as many questions as I can. But we can do this now, or we can do this in the morning, where you might have a little better quality of mind. Your choice.
No. I'd really love to hear what's going on. But I really could use a nap.
I figured as much.
Yeah.
Rest. We will take watches throughout the night. And all of you begin to fall asleep one by one, drifting into an assortment of dreams. Some find a dreamless night as exhaustion forces them to succumb to the primal need for sleep and its recovery essence that comes with it. Duradon finds himself in the deepest of slumbers, Kipli catching glimpses of your hearts, of your memory of these evening's events. Mammoth trying to process all that you saw, Mustang still having that name dancing around your head, but the visions and memories of whoever that was that took over still dancing just outside your reach. And Reese having to be one of the few that has to process everything they saw and then some after dealing with the fight, after dealing with Oliver and using new abilities throughout the day, the Varnak, everything just kind of combines together and pulls you into a dark, dreamless sleep. As all of you can go ahead and mark down a long rest.
Good, I need those hit points.
When you awake in the morning, of course, those of you with exhaustion can mark down a level of exhaustion gone. But you find the large stature of Amos Veridin sitting by the campfire, just throwing in small sticks and logs to keep it burning. And you see another figure that you did not see the night prior sitting across from him. As you see a female form kind of wearing not full plate armor, but bits and pieces. You can see she's roughly about 5'6", 5'7", slightly more tan skin than him, and you can see is currently whispering something in his ear as you all wake up. She kind of pushes away and gives a brief smile as you see she warmly greets all of you. And Ivar kind of rubs the back of his neck and goes, I would like to introduce all of you. This is the six. Meet my wife, Faye. And Faye gives a small wave and goes, hi there, nice to meet y'all. I'm Faye Veridin. I don't think I had the pleasure of meeting any of you last night since you all passed out so early, but I'm the one who set up camp and laid out breakfast. You can see just plates of various different traveling meats, jerkies, all laid out on the campfire and kind of around it. As you see, I forgot to post her image. There we go.
Ooh.
But you see Ivar kind of goes,
What?
eat, enjoy breakfast, and we can begin to explain. And as you all begin to dig in separately, you can see he goes, ever since that night on the docks, after Maeve allowed me to walk in shame but alive from my defeat, I've been thinking about where my allegiances lie. The heralds treated me well for many number of years. They vowed and followed up on their protection for the Drakkar. You see, he kind of puts a hand on his white shoulder. We shared in that protection for a long time. But we also did not see all of the harm that was being done as well. See, Faye kind of charms up. They made a lot of promises, and they were damn good ones. I wasn't even allowed to step foot in Paradise Peak for a long time. until they helped get me passage on safely and gave me the right paperwork in order to find a home there with Ivar. We were acting as agents of heralds, relaying information, helping them move shipments, small things like that for a few years, but after Ivar came home that night, when the raid on both the tavern and docks occurred, there was an event that made us think twice about what the heralds might be doing. They burned down our house while they thought we were sleeping in it. Ivar has draconian-like senses, smell, hearing, even strength and all of that, but he heard a number of footsteps around the house and brought us out back before they lit it on fire. They had heard word that he left his post and clearly wanted to finish the job so he didn't spill any secrets. But I would like to make clear, I still know many good heralds, many who have helped me. I believe that there are a large number of conflicts in their organization as we speak. Brewing factions, some listening to the higher-ups, and then the rogue agents that follow Calamity, Ruin, and my brother, who it seems you also met last night. As he looks towards Reese, who's now wearing the different bow and arm than before. Apologies will not change to what occurred, but I hope you know I was not part or had any knowledge of anything of his involvement. I just knew there was going to be an attack on the island, that they needed to find an artificer, but I didn't know who or what reason they were searching for. It could have been anyone. I did not know it was your friend.
There was no way for you to know. Number of artificers around us.
Cliff is a city town. The heralds have known to use it many times in the past. I know they came here for a number of reasons. One was to grab the artificer, and that group succeeded. But I know another one that came here for a different reason. One who I think some of you might have met. He bears the visage of an angel. As celestial in nature, but angelic wings and such. His name is Grace, and he came to free the Varnak from its chains. He is the one that offered protection to Faye and I when we came into the service of the Heralds years ago. We do not believe that he would do this. We do not believe that he would cause such harm and death
for the simple release of one of his kind. And we know you have become rather well known in these recent past few months. Month, I should say. Your deeds on the island of Mimics has spread. The heralds have heard about your tales, knowing that you fought alongside the Dambala. Kelon, I think his name was. They are very interested in you. My superiors asked me to try and capture any that I could of your group. But I did not follow those orders. My respect for my sister is greater than my fear for my superiors. So for now, we will remain in the truce of sorts. Until we can find her, that is. You see, he leans back and begins just biting into a long, uncut roll of sausage.
Where do we start?
I was hoping that you knew or had some information. I have no leads personally. In fact, and I went to Grace to find leads on her. He is a very well informed and powerful being, but he said that the answer lied within your group. So I came here hoping that you might know yourselves.
Do you all remember if we were sworn to secrecy about her funeral, or was it just the other stuff?
It was just the Colosseum, the underground one.
Well, did we have any other clues other than what happened that night, or is that all we're going off of?
Like, on what happened to Maeve?
Oh, the failed resurrection, being trapped in the hells, all this.
Well, if
Actually-
you are confused, I am concerned. Well, please go ahead.
I believe it was my sponsor that said he'd been the hells before. He might have some answers.
He also told me that that one would know. And he nods his head at Kipley.
What?
Don't want it to me. I was just told that you would know.
I don't know anything.
Well, you must know something. He does not speak lies.
Right, you're gonna have to be more specific about what exactly you're wanting. There's a lot of things I know and a lot of things I forget, and I store away some things and forget others.
He was not specific. He speaks in rhymes and riddles that are past my understanding. He simply mentions that you, out of this group, were one method of bringing her back, and that you might know how.
Reese kind of turns to Ghibli. Is this something that you could discuss with your patron?
Ghibli kind of goes a little quiet. Her eyes kind of flit across the rest of the party. Is Iris here too?
Yeah, you see
Yeah.
she's currently just kind of walking around the perimeter, listening in, but doesn't really have anything important to say at the moment.
Well, I don't know. I don't know what your friend. Maybe he should be more specific in the future. Might be helpful.
Most Celestials talk in tongues anyways. I cannot understand what he is saying, even when he speaks in the most simple tones. Neither could you, huh?
You see he kind of talks past you. And some of your eyes kind of follow his gaze and look to see Iris, who's overlooking a cliff at the moment. She kind of turns with a slight look of anger on her face for a moment before she kind of shakes her head.
Yes, he's not exactly the most easy person to work with.
You see she sits down next to Duradon and just silently begins to snack on a piece of jerky.
Alright. So. Great. Yeah, we've all got secrets. Every one of us.
It comes with part of being alive, no? Everyone is something.
I've been very upfront and honest with all of you.
Is your pinky toe bigger than any other toe?
That's a
I
good
got
question.
smushed and damaged, so it's flatter than any other toe.
Then you have secret, as it was not known. My point made.
You see
It's
like
not
Faye
secret.
kind of chuckles.
Okay. Alright, I'm too tired for this shit. Doradon looks exhausted. He's only on 4 levels, but he's still fucking tired and injured.
Which, by the way, Duradon, did you keep the blade when you left the arena?
Yeah. I mean, there wasn't
As
any reason not to.
yeah, as you sit eating breakfast and kind of now more at your senses than you were before, since you were just outright drained in every way possible, you can still sense that feeling of something being there, opportunity. You still have not tuned to the blade, but you know you can. And you've already seen what it can do in some ways. Each time you put your hand on it, you can feel that kind of clarity of mind. And it is certainly alluring. But nonetheless, you see Ivar speaks up. I don't know where they took your friend. As I said, the heralds are split into a number of smaller groups at the moment. Amos did not let me in on his plans for Paradise Peak, nor for what was happening on this island. He could be anywhere in the world right now. If you have any way of tracking him, of course you could maybe go after it, but as harsh as it may seem, I do not think that is possible in this current moment. The twin sisters are back to their full strength. They've been given a new body. And I am sure they will keep guard over wherever they put him. Kind of looks around.
Mustang kind of just, he puts his head in his hands and he murmurs, "So sick of this vassal shit."
See, Faye chimes up. I don't really know how much we can provide for help. We only were limited to a small stream of information, simple orders to follow. You're never let into anything more. So we can give general answers, but not really a direction for what can be done next. It's up to you guys for what you want to do, I guess. If you want, we'll help with finding your fallen companion. If what Ivar says true, and I don't doubt his words to the high heavens above, and she is Jakar, well, she's most likely still alive in one way or another. We're a resilient bunch, and we would certainly like to see one of our own return. But anything outside of that, it's up to you. There's a whole lot going on in this crazy world of ours, but where would the Six like to go?
Kippley kind of looks at the rest of our group. I feel like maybe we need to talk.
Yeah, talking's good. How about it, everyone? Talk?
Like, not, no offense, but without you here.
You see Ivar's just
Yeah.
like chowing down on the same long uncut roll of sausage, just stops halfway through. Waldburger. Finish chewing. You make fair points. It is fine. We are not allies. Simply, it's truce with one another for now. We will wait. You see, both him and Faye get up and walk away, but see, Iris still remains. She just kind of continues to look down at the ground, slowly chewing on some jerky.
You with them or us, Iris?
Not a herald, if that's what you're asking.
I don't really care. I just want to know if you're with us or you're with them.
You saw what I did.
Which
I think you should know that answer by now. You paid for a month, you get it a month. And I feel like a whole lot more than that's in store.
When I came looking for you, Kipling, I failed in that task. I found Mustang with a mammoth, but I wasn't going to be able to get to you in time. Cyrus did.
Was it purely for the pay?
She kind of gives a soft smile.
What was it that you wanted to talk about, Kipling?
When they attacked, I don't know exactly what happened, but you know how I might have swallowed like the form of the horned lich thing, and maybe during the tournament, and then maybe after the heralds came, I might have seen them, and they might have offered me something, and I might have accepted, and then become like a big old
Bird
walking
monster?
thing that was not good.
When I arrived, I saw countless bodies. I assumed there was someone else or something else that had come through, but I assume that was you now.
I don't know.
Were you not in control or in the state of mind? Because the closest reference that I have is you look like a more eldritch horror version of her. And Cyrus points towards Reese. Whenever you do your bone thingy. I'm saying it in a bad way, of course. I mean, you look. She pauses. Good, I guess. But more importantly, how did you get away from them, Mr. Strums.
You know, Captain Zyrus, I wish I could tell you. Maybe it was my good looks and impeccable charm, and I convinced them all to leave. Or kill themselves.
It's concerning for the latter. But did you both mentioned there was another with you when they arrived. Were you fighting someone?
Me?
Yes. When Risha and Mammoth arrived at your side, they said they saw someone that was next to you before they left. Or correct me
Maybe?
if I'm wrong. I don't know.
Did you see someone?
Yeah,
He's
they
gonna look
were
at Reese and Mammoth.
leaving on a boat when we got there. Told me that you were gonna be all right. That they took a bit of a number during. They implied that you were fighting back somehow. I don't know what exactly it meant, but maybe they hit you a little hard in the head after.
And you do get the memories flashing back. You remember the entire conversation you had with Grace. It's just hard to remember what came before that.
Mustang, he's gonna start kind of snapping and bouncing up and down a little bit. Oh shit! I kind of remember now. That Grace guy. I think I might know who Ivar was talking about. He
Cyrus
was.
raises an eyebrow.
Yeah, he was there.
He was
I
the
think
guy
that
on the
was
boat.
him. Unless there was two Graces. That I doubt it.
Did you fight him?
No, I don't think so. I think he wanted me to join him, but I couldn't. I wasn't in control. It wasn't me.
I see a pattern. She kind of smiles and glances at Kipling. Well, if you've seen him and he didn't do anything to you, that's a good sign. I only met him once before in my life, but as Ivan mentioned, I wasn't fully aware of what I was getting myself into when I did a job for him. He is, though, quite good aligned, I guess you could say. Most people on the seas don't exactly have the greatest morals, but he seemed to be one of the few that did.
What is he exactly?
I'm not sure. I know he's celestial in origin, but I don't know exactly what type.
Yeah, only Celestials have that many eyes.
And, like wings for eyes. He just kind of like shudders. I always am confused of how he can see.
At many different angles, I imagine.
But he's the one that really introduced me to Paradise Peak as well. After I got here from the Underdark, I was stranded, left essentially to die, but him and his crew came by, saved me, offered me food, clothing, even taught me a few things, but he said that he had greater plans that I would not fully understand until the time came. I agreed to help him as a favor since he did so much for me, but I didn't know what I was getting myself into because apparently it ended me up here with all of you.
Well, he at least seems like a real stand-up kind of guy. One could hope. I wonder if we could ask him for help at some point, but he seems hard to reach.
If my understanding of his position is correct, he is one of the generals of the Herald's organization.
Oh,
So I don't imagine it would be the easiest thing to do.
no, absolutely not. Wow. Okay, backtrack. Forget I said anything.
I'm
I've always,
so confused.
Ivar was right in his explanation. Grace mentioned briefly to me that the Heralds are at war with themselves, a conflict of interest between those who know what their goal was and those who were kept in the dark, who would not follow orders. And
So which one is Amos on?
you can take a guess. He is one of the few people who help run the true side of the Heralds. He also is one of their generals.
And works alongside Grace.
Against him.
Against him.
Grace is a pacifist. I've never known him to hurt anyone in my life.
As I'd expect from a Celestial.
You've seen the Varnak. Plenty of Celestials are capable of great violence. Some will cleanse worlds without batting a single tear, but no. I'm not sure if it was him or one of his fellows that started the uprising, but he's certainly not aligned with that portion of the Herald's mission.
And what is their mission?
I never got high enough to find out. I tried to use them to gain wealth and fame and reap their benefits while doing the minimum amount of work. And luckily, you guys all came along right around the perfect time that I needed to leave Paradise Peak, as my cover was about to be blown. But I also did genuinely want to see where the hell you were all going. As a group of, I believe, E or D rank nobodies came and killed 50 Marrow on their own, allegedly. And last thing I know, that is normally a C or maybe high D rank quest.
Oh, there was a few of us.
Even I, with others of my same rank and accord, wouldn't be able to handle that. So I'm going to go on an assumption here and say you had help. Or you all were extraordinarily powerful, or reawakened, or a number of other things, but either way I was interested nonetheless because of it.
And to tell you the truth, it was the former.
Mm. You
So-
could have told me it was the latter after today, and I would have probably believed you.
Reese taps her bone fingers along a wall or a chair, back of a chair, whatever is kind of nearby. She looks between Mustang and Kipley a couple times. What exactly is going on here?
What do you mean?
Yeah, good question. What do you mean?
You both had been completely dragged off by the heralds while completely unconscious. And have a pretty poor recollection of how they just left you where you were amongst dozens of dead bodies. And something's not adding up.
I mean, I feel like I explained it. I said what happened.
Are you not uncomfortable with being completely possessed? And if you push any farther, probably be very close to just dropping dead after taking on that form.
What?
Reese, I think we are both uncomfortable, and perhaps, maybe, just maybe, we need some time to process it. Just to think about it, reflect, all that, and then maybe we'd be in a better place to talk about it, but it just happened.
Reese, you can also make me a just straight intelligence check, if you like.
I'm gonna inspo that.
I saw a cloud today.
Oh, good inspo use.
Thank you.
18. There's a number of reasons. You can't really pinpoint any specific one that would link them together. But you can fairy craft all you like.
Concerning.
What?
Cyrus kind of chimes up. I of course don't want to speak for you. I'm just a tag along here with Duradon, but I think you should seriously consider what you would like to do next. Rescuing your friend Rictus is certainly of a priority, but as we've seen and learned, he is going to be out of reach for the time being. You mentioned previous things that you had to do. Things that you'd like to explore, understand. My personal advice as someone who's sailed the seas for quite a number of years is, if you are at a path road where you could potentially see multiple outcomes, choose whichever one you feel is the safest. Of course, you don't have many safe options, but keep in mind you are vassals. You have resources, others don't. You have people, others don't. And you also have the availability to get jobs others can't. Even if you can't physically reawaken, upgrading your equipment, buying more potions, resources, could be very important for going ahead. That's all.
Hmm. Tell you what, I feel like one sleep was not enough after yesterday's events.
Here, here. Well, something for sure that I know is that I would love to get off this damned island. Anywhere but here. But maybe we head back to Paradise Peak and resupply, fix what needs to be fixed, and maybe we can find more clues about Maeve or any other jobs that we can take there.
I want to go back to Paradise Peak.
I mean, where else are we gonna go?
She shakes her head a little bit. I suppose it doesn't really matter. Seems to be trouble anywhere.
Kind of follows us. Are we going to get in trouble for everything that happened here?
I doubt it. Kind of out of Paradise Peak jurisdiction. Some other people might be mad, though.
I mean, weren't they like highly integrated with Paradise Peak? Didn't they have a bunch of deals and shit going on?
Under the table, maybe.
Oh, I thought they were like the ones supplying them the monsters and everything. And then they
The vassals.
Madame Borrelia has deals with vessels, not the entire island of Paradise Peak.
Oh, it's
Only
not
a
like
few.
walking island, I see.
Yes. You see, at this point in the conversation, Broken Chain wakes up and kind of rubs his eyes and looks around at everyone. What are we talking about? Good morning. Looks around and looks to see that he's on a cliffside. Oh, shit.
What, you don't like heights?
He just goes like full, like, his face just drops as he looks at you. I am feline in nature. I do not care if I am on top of a mountain or not. I just don't remember getting up here.
Oh, I've never had a cat. I don't know.
I am not a cat. I am feline. Very different.
I don't know what that means.
It means cat-like. No, feline is what cats... I'm not going to get into it.
Do you need some food?
Looks
Not-
at the jerky and just starts... Doesn't even bite into it, just swallows the entire stick. And starts doing like the cat chew, like where they chew with their mouth open, start like rapidly and quickly biting into it. Before swallowing it and going, I will need my fill, thank you. But I heard you mentioning Borrelia. As he kind of chews on another piece. I would not worry much about your position right now. Nor would I expect you to accept any favors or payment from her anytime soon, unless you are some very sweet talkers. You
Not really our
will
strong
not.
suit.
You are not the cause of the heralds attacking, but you did release Ivarnak from her care. She is not going to see the kindness of that act.
Well, she applauded us.
I think you needed to look deeper than the smiles.
I'd rather not.
Then I would not jump to conclusions.
It's a dangerous way to live life.
Ghibli
But
shrugs.
I would put those worries behind you. If you like, I can offer some minor payments to help your ship in case anything was destroyed or injured, but I don't have a large settlement here. The majority of my banking is done at Paradise Peak.
Do you need a ride back?
No. Jim and I have discussed, and we have not had leads to go off of what the Heralds are doing or where they are of recent, but your acquaintances, Ivar and Faye, have some information that might be helpful to us. And we might begin bringing the fight to them. Last time I was busy protecting your friends, the arena, and fighting that woman, if you want to call it that. But if I am prepared, I feel I can deal with most of their threats rather easily. So I'd like to begin investigating them, seeing if I can find anything. The Heralds are a very mysterious group. No one knows what their real goal is besides to set off another arcane detonation. But
How?
that does not seem real.
Like how did they do that?
What?
How does an arcane detonation happen? Like how do they make that?
Well, with an artificers.
A lot of artificers
Mm-hmm.
and wizards and the various different scientists. I was not there when it happened, but I was there for the fallout. It was not a pretty sight. One arcane detonation sent the world into this chaotic spiral that it is now. I don't know what another would do. Could be the end of the world as we know it.
Why would they want to just end the world?
Who knows why they would want to do anything. But they are clearly willing to kill and destroy for other purposes.
So is anybody on peak?
His brow kind of furrows as he looks towards you, confused.
What do you mean by that?
Shifts a little bit uncomfortable.
Surely you don't refer to the sponsors.
Surely.
They exist to keep peace in paradise. Nothing less, nothing more. The vassalship program is very different than what heralds are doing. We provide, keep you safe so you can help keep those who cannot protect themselves safe. Not all of us are the greatest of people. We are still first line of defense against what is the only point of a natural world.
Just seems like it'd be a more diplomatic way to settle things and continue to slaughter everyone on every side.
Say that to the heralds. They didn't approach you with diplomacy.
Nor did I approach them with diplomacy the first time I met them.
I think you've proven your own point then.
wasn't the point I was trying to make.
Talks, diplomacy, any kind of negotiation is in the past. Lost before.
Our time.
Yes, all of this I was going to say. But you will discuss. I will check on a few of my friends within the city. And I will tentatively ask and see if Madame Borrelia is still around. I assume she went into hiding, but I will do you a favor and not mention your group. I would stay away from her lounge for a while. But nonetheless, it was still a pleasure, the six.
Thank you for
And
your help.
Of course, Doradon. You are one hell of a fighter. He kind of holds out Knuckles towards you.
Duradon extends his hand and gives him a fist bump. It's either that or die, and guess I'm not dead yet, so hopefully I only get better from here.
In the future, if you're ever interested in starting the Vulcan program, let me know. He gets up, kind of dusts himself off, and steals about 6 more pieces of jerky before heading out.
Kipley.
Reese.
Something's been bothering me.
What's wrong?
The situation that unfolded in the Colosseum.
Kipri ducks her head a bit. Looking a little guilty.
I know in the heat of the moment it's easy to make a decision that you think is right, but there was some things that you didn't weigh into consideration that I would ask of you, or beg of you to think about in the future.
Yeah, no, you can say it.
There were dozens and dozens of children in those stands, and you may have pled or deemed them all guilty for being there to watch, but they had no say in the manner that their parents chose to feast on entertainment.
And what of that creature's choice?
And have that you let that creature go, have it decided to wreak havoc instead of leave, it would not have been for the greater good.
But it didn't.
It's a heavy hole you took a chance on. Settle your own whims in a moment. And I'm only speaking like this out of experience, because I've had my own sets of whims I've acted on to put us all in danger in the past. But I'm working on it. Maeve made sure I would.
She's kind of like not looking up, just kind of drawing in the dirt with her finger. It wasn't a whim. It wasn't right. And I either had to choose to do a definite wrong or a possible right. I'm sorry.
I'm not asking you for an apology, hon. If we don't stop to consider the thoughts and actions that are going to weigh heavily on the things that are going to come in our future, then I don't know. Maybe we can all sit down together, maybe when we get Maeve back, and have a good conversation of what we actually want. Not as individuals or vassals, but maybe for the world.
This dying world.
We were standing on a cliffside, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Is there like some sticks around at all?
Yeah, there's a number of them that were kept as kindling for the fire.
And she goes and like retrieves one that's about the length of one of her fingers and walks over to Kipley and hands it to her.
Kipley stares at it for a moment and looks up at Reese. And like kind of slowly reaches up, takes it. Thank you.
She smiles a little bit, recalling when they nearly only just met. Kipley had done the same thing to her, and then she just takes a few steps away.
She kind of ducks her head a bit, toying with it between her fingers. So heading back or down, or where are we going? Where are we going? I don't like this cliffside. I don't want to be here anymore.
Where we go next is up to all of you. You have a ship. You also have a lot of goals that you would like to accomplish.
I have no goals. What do the rest of you want to
She
do?
stares up at you.
Well, I have a goal, and it's to get off this hunk of rock, and that's all I need for now. So, let's go.
Wada 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 wada.
And as you waddle away, waddle, we will end tonight's session there. and we will pick up 2 weeks from now with the main campaign. Next week will be Jared's playtest. I'll have the action point system sheet. I'm gonna try and compress it and make it look all nice and fancy for sometime over this weekend or early next week, so you have time to look it over. It's not complicated. It may look a little overwhelming at first, but I think when we're actually playing it, it will be a whole lot easier to understand. Well, fantastic work, everyone. Hope you enjoyed.
This session was so tea. It was so juice filled.
I am gonna pass out right after this because I had to write almost all of that up from scratch.
That was crazy.
That
That was crazy.
I was not gonna do either of those reveals for a long time, but switching the paths from Rictus's storyline, I needed to drop something.
We hit that hard right.
Hard work as a
Did.
PM.
We did. That was fun. I I truly enjoyed when I was hopping back and forth, and you could just hear. I don't know if it was meant to be audible or not. You could just barely hear Megan gasp every single time. It sounded so far away from your mic too, especially when we cut to Dirt on. I just feel like it just like.
I know,
Like
I'm
a-
trying not to as much. I feel like
No, it's great. It's
I was
hilarious. I
Trying to
love
keep
it.
my shit together when you were bringing Shazai out.
When I did
That was adorable.
I looked up. I genuinely forgot to add it before the session. So as Jared was talking, I was like, "Shit! I have to get the Godzilla sound effect." So, so I was like, "Jared, describe to me things." As I quickly go and grab this, and then I got the womp 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 womp.
Gojira!
Yep. I wanted some way to reintroduce him, but yeah, he got adopted by the Huckins. I'll give you a little free piece of. Well, you can learn more about them if you stop by the Huckins on your way out of town. But the general out of character gist was they were sent to do a quick job in the slumbering thicket to capture something that was eating all of the wildlife, and they found
This shot's not getting fat.
they found Shazai just destroying the normal food
Yeah.
chain.
Shazai,
And-
destroyer of ecosystems.
Yeah,
That
as
is
he is.
hilarious.
Rusulkas are not meant to invade forests.
No, that species
so-
invasive.
So they brought him in. We're like, this is a sentient creature. He doesn't have. He doesn't know like where his friends are, nor really his friends' names. But what he's describing sounds like the Six. But you guys left town, so we were just gonna have to hold on to him for a little bit, I guess. So he became a mascot.
That
I
was
love that.
adorable.
I thought that was a cute little intro for that little portion of the session. Also, Ash made a joke a long time ago about about I think it was like a stepdad joke of like I'm not the stepdad, I am dad who stepped up. And that inspired me to add Shazai in because originally it was gonna be a different NPC, but then I was like, no, it's gotta be Shazai.
Fuck it, we fish.
Fuck it, we fish. Yeah, that made me laugh hard enough that I was like, I gotta make this fucker come back.
Yeah, I got him pretty good.
I gotta.
I was surprised. I didn't think it was gonna land that well, but it did.
No. He landed. Oof.
Hoo-wee! Oh my gosh, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sitting here kicking my feet.
I was so very, very happy that you two enjoyed your little side sessions.
I could not believe my ears! My ears! They were on fire!
Yeah, John.
Yeah, John.
That made me
I say
laugh. That made me laugh because all I could think of was Grim when I said that. Because of fucking last night with Jared.
Government names, people. Government names.
Dropping Mustang's government name was crazy.
Rubba.
Also, sorry for scaring you about potentially killing another character, Jared. I was never gonna do it. I couldn't do it twice, but I
Hey,
had to make it dramatic.
I was fully prepared. I was like, well, all right,
Time to power build times 10.
Yeah.
Oh. But yeah.
That's just what's so crazy.
I know,
And
I'm just
simply,
struggling.
Daughter of Death. It's so
Hey,
crazy.
I hope you know I spent so long thinking of different names because originally I was like, oh, like the Black Lung is such a good name for Mustang, but then I remembered that's your ability. I'm like, I ain't no bitch. I ain't gonna cope out using that. And then I was thinking back to Kipley's name of like, okay, I wanted to give her an option for how she got out of it. You could have just gone with them, of course, but I was like, it's Megan. She's gonna choose the fucking fucking lich option anyways. So it's not technically from your patron. It's from the lich, so you got a little extra bonus there. But I was like, what's a good name? And then I thought back to Evelyn Kroll, and I was like, oh, she was the one that killed the Monarch of Monsters' daughter. It would be so cute if Kipley inherited a little bit of the Lich's powers of undeath and became the daughter of death. So you got multiple titles now. You're the warlock of the Bone Mother and also the daughter of death. And Kipley Gomorrah. We ain't sleeping on that last part. But Mustangs, I was like, I really I went to thesaurus's, I opened up fucking Webster's dictionary, and I just started scrolling, looking for inspiration, because I was like, God damn it. I don't want to settle for copium here.
I loved the visual of like the desert and like the mirror and everything. That was so cool.
It was. I eat it for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I said I really was hoping I could glean what color his
Nah,
skin was, but with a
nah.
name like John, I'm gonna be shocked if it's not a white guy.
Pale white in
You know,
that
you never
desert.
know. It's Dungeons and Dragons.
Pale white in that desert.
You know,
Scorching up. Some
I
poor
have
ginger
no
guy.
clue. Sunburns for days.
Oh, ginger
Uh,
guy.
no, but I the dream was to give you the solid confirmation that you are a separate entity from whatever the smoke is, and to give you a small hint to continue your path to discovering shit about
Yeah,
yourself.
I felt very separate from the smoke in that instant.
Because when I was thinking about like, okay, like how am I gonna get out of this without it being copium and being like, oh, an NPC saves you or something like that? Because they had such a head start. I was like, oh well, isn't it funny that I had almost use hypnotism, which is similar to like the hypnotic state that Bob put you in. And I was like, yeah, that'd be a cute little thing that he gets to like delve into himself, the primordial spark aspect.
Oh, so saucy. So saucy.
Did you
My
like
spark,
the old
primordial.
flame part with Grace? I don't know if you caught that or not.
Yeah, I did catch that. That was crazy.
I don't often write dialogue. I normally improv all of it, but I did write down a lot of that. Because
Oh,
I was...
you gotta send it to me so I can read it over and over and over again until I get sick of it.
Yeah. I changed some of it in spur of the moment because I thought of some better shit, but I'll
Well,
send you the outline.
I imagine there's differences, line delivery and all that, but oh, I need it. I need to live the high again.
I'll send you your little section that I have right here. Since you didn't actually get a name for the creature, I just have it labeled as Spark in my notes for now.
Pure.
Oh, boopity poopity, yours. Boop, right there.
Mmm. Delicious.
Oh, but yeah, thank you all for playing. Oh, I finally got a reveal because Zyrus never got to show her ability.
I wanted to give Cyrus an ability, but I wasn't sure what I was gonna give her. But then I thought of like her character and like all of that, and I thought back to when Kipley and Maeve first came across her wanted poster in town, and I was like, I never get to build rangers, so fuck it, we ball, and I made her have the ability to switch between her Circle of the Moon, or not Circle of the Moon, what you call it? What is her class called? Moon Domain Cleric and Gloomstalker Ranger, which is why creatures that rely on dark vision can't see them. They are technically invisible, and you are underground. So that's why you could only see like the outline of her, but you couldn't. Almost was completely blind. Gloomstalkers are terrifying. Like the only really good ranger. And I was like, yeah,
True facts.
that I'm gonna fucking use that shit. Oh. But I'll be around for a little bit in case anyone has any questions or anything like that. But I will be hard deadline logging out and sleeping off at like 2 o'clock because I do need to get up early tomorrow as well. Oh, what? What is it?
That's how I be feeling.
Did you draw that?
No,
Oh, I was gonna say that's so cute.
that's how I'm feeling right now.
But yeah, you guys essentially next session we'll do like we'll go back in time a little bit and do like a funny little either you can fight as heralds or beastmen. We'll do some sort of fun little thing with that. But in 2 weeks, I will ask by then. You got 2 weeks time to think about it, and you can use general chat, DMs, whatever, to try and get a general direction of where you want to go, so I can be prepared. Because you do have a lot of places that you can go. You still have Ravinica. You still have the raid that's coming up. You still have Mammoth's quest line. You still have Mustang's quest line. You still have all of Reese's quest line. And you still have the option to save Maeve, the option to research Rictus. Like, you got at least 6 to 7 options without looking further into the actual guild quest line as well. You can straight up just take normal guild jobs in the meantime as well, while you're trying to figure out more shit. But you got a lot of personal stuff to delve down as well. So take some time, think about it, so I can get a general idea of where we're going and what I need to prepare for. So you can go a lot of different places right now. You got a ship.
We do have a ship.